Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the first stream of the week. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to stream yesterday. Allergies have been getting pretty bad, but it's better today. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend, whether you celebrated Easter or not. Welcome to the stream. DJW, thank you for the early 28 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you to Chris and Yarek as well during the starting soon. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Vlad. How are we doing? Hello, everybody. Are you German? I am German, yes. I am German. All right. We have a lot of things to go through today because I haven't been live for a couple of days. So why don't we get started with the warm-up? We have tons of new cards. We have Alliance Insight to talk about. We still have to go through what's it called? We still have to get to Masters. So lots of cool stuff today. Let us hop right in. Hold up. You're gone forever. Let us begin. Gladbeast? Gladbeast. No, it's not this one. Spartacus. Watching Ray animation? I have seen it already. I've seen it already. We can talk about it in a second once I'm done here. Missing Force. Okay. Is that Luffy? No, you're just One Piece build. We finally continued One Piece. Fortune, Fairy, who? We are now we have gotten past Marineford finally. It has happened. I feel like I know this one. Neo Flamvel something. The synchro. Psyframe. Psyframe what? Psyframe circuit? Circuit. Is that the field spell? Wasn't it Naruto that killed Sanji? Dude, I wish. I don't like Sanji. I don't know if that's a hot take or not within the One Piece community, but I don't like Sanji. He's annoying. Bujin. No, is that Bujin Carnation? Essence? Bujin Intervention. Ninja or Six Samurai? Six Samurai. Rihan. I'm not very good with the new Six Samurai monsters. I can guess the old ones very well. Did you play the KC Cup over the weekend? I did not. No, I saw people posting their results earlier this morning, but I didn't even know what was going on. I haven't kept up with Duel Links much recently. We should focus on getting more points in this one, because that's kind of what it's about, but we're not very good with it. Dice try, I think. Dice it. No. I don't want to talk about it. Since I said we should focus on getting points, I haven't gotten a single point. I just want to throw that out there. That looks like a goatee. Never mind. I lied. That's Monarch. Escalation. Oh, there you go. A point. It's got Y. It's got Z. OGXYZ. Yeah, the problem is Dragon Cannon. No. YZ Tank Dragon? Okay. I told you it had Y and Z. I saw no X in there. No idea what that's called. Arrival appears. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Old card. You are Flamvel Guard. Yep. Pyramid of Light. The fabled Valkyris or Leviathan in the back. But I mean, it's probably fabled Stairway to Fabled Realm. Nope. Fabled Reason. I was just looking for something that sounded like a spell trap, not a monster. Gem Knight. Is it a Gem Knight? Choo Lane? Ooh. Yeah. Not a Gem Knight. Umi. I'm very good at identifying water. Bouncer. Blade Bouncer? Yeah. There, Drac. Appreciate you. Thank you. I am getting vibes. Cashier. No. Not Cashiera, is it? Rescue Ace. Airlifter. Why does Airlifter look like a Cashiera a little bit? Schedule? Is it Extinction on Schedule? It is not. It'd be the most crazy card names with the craziest artworks with the worst effects. That's one of those. Maharagi? Yeah. Dude, we are not on good pace. Pero. Blowback Dragon. Gladiator Beast. Augustus. Yeah. Toon? No. Is it Toon? Abyss Script. Good thing I skipped. Oh, my specialty. Identifying Cyburst monsters. It looks like Adignister. Don Mari. Yeah. I have no idea. Metamorph Fortress. Zodiac. Oh, that's one of the bad Zodiacs. I know this one because I played a little bit of the festival and I just used the Zodiac loner deck and it's in there for no reason. Like they have all the Zodiac cards in there, even the terrible ones, even the field spell that basically does nothing. The field spell is like the worst thing in the deck because it literally does nothing. Exo Sister. It's one of the extra deck monsters. Caspatel? It do be Caspatel. Is that Gagaga Samurai? No. Needle Soldier? No. Cool. Good talk. Stinging Swordsman. Akiza, thank you for the prime. What do you mean money well invested? The prime was free. That's a Gizmek. Gizmek. Arakami? Yeah. Bat! How do I find Bat? I can't. Oh, it's Dark Bat? I can find Dark Bat. Wait, there's a Dark Bat? I thought this was just Bat. Oh no, Bat is the mechanical thing, right? That is Earthbound Immortal. This one? No. This one. Oh, come on. It's something with a C. I know it. That one. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is this Firewall? No. Could be this one. Yeah. Good call. Yeah, dude, no. Why do I know this? Sigma, right? Oh, thank God. Okay, I was wrong. Good. Subtraction. I'm glad I was wrong on that one. Nice. Gotta have some morals and values. I thought it was Sigma for sure. That's Archphoenix centric. That is Reflect Bounder. That is Dreadmaster. This is Vampire Grace. Doomlord? No. Is it a Destiny hero? No. Idaten? Conqueror Star? Shura? Combat Star? Okay, neither. I've been lied to twice. I don't think I can save this round, to be honest. Is this Artemis? It is. Artemis. We can't even get to 700. It's giga washed. Or mega washed even. That's a noble knight. Kustanin. Nice. That is light imprisoning. Ojama Knight. That's like wind up key. Yeah. Well, the last minute wasn't bad. The last minute wasn't bad, but yeah, I don't know. I have no defense. Okay, I have no defense. It was rough. It was not good. Move on. It happens. All right, it happens. Okay, we had some information there. It was not no information. New frog? What do you mean new frog? Wait, is there a new card? Is there frog support? Oh no! Oh no! You mean the sub badge? Oh, dude, I opened YG organization so full of hope because you said yay new frog, and you were dude. Oh, I was so excited for a second, man. That hurt. That did hurt. That did hurt. Ban him? No, they didn't mean to. Calm down. I kind of one guide myself there. It do be like that. It's okay. You guys, thank you all for the subs. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys. Idrisu Alpha, Sindrine, Don Schnute, Gnuagard, Caustic Skies, B Wong, Cornfake, Amaterasu. Thank you so much for the subs. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Dude, one day we'll get new frogs. One day we'll get new frogs. Anyways, what is this card that we're looking for? We're looking for a dark monster, high attack, low defense, relatively new. Dark Armed Dragon would fit it except for the year. But what's a high level dark with low defense? What about there a monarch with these stats that's newer? Angmar? Okay, we're looking for a level 5. We're looking for a level 5. But it is not just an effect monster, so it could be a synchro, but it could also be like a pendulum. It can't be an XYZ. It could be a ritual too. Or a link 5. It could be a link 5 actually. Oh, come on. Don't be terahertz. Is terahertz dark? Okay, thank God. It is not terahertz. It is a link 5 though. Shureg? No. More than 3,000. Link 5, more than 3,000 attack dark. Not a Cybers. It's gotta be Borland. It's not Borland. What the hell? What more than 3,500? The 5-headed? Wait, there's a 5-headed Link Dragon? I've never seen this card in my life. 5 monsters. Must be Link summoned. If this card is link summoned using Dark Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. Cannot be destroyed by battle with a Dark Earth, Water, Fire, or Wind monster. Unaffected by other card effects. Once per turn, during your opponent's end phase, you must banish 5 cards from your grave 5 face down. This is not optional. Or send this card to the graveyard. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this card. Unironically, I've never seen this card before. I did not know it existed. It's kind of cool though. Desiree cooks this. It's unaffected though, isn't it? Or was it unaffected by cards your opponent controls? I don't know. All right. Okay. And with that warm up out of the way, let's get through some new cards before we hop into some Alliance Insight preview / discussions that I have prepared for today. Before we will ultimately hop into Master Duel and try to hit Master 1 today. We are not that far off. I think we can get there today. But I've missed a couple of things over the last couple of days because I was not streaming. So let us begin with new Primite support. This is personally something that I have high hopes in because I am personally a fan of Primite. I've really been enjoying messing around with different Primite versions, both in TCG and Master Duel. It's just been fun to me to see how this sort of engine can fit into different decks. I have a little bit of hope that we can eventually get enough Primite cards so you can actually play like a pure Primite deck. Like, I would find it really fun if you could also... like Primite Imperial Dragon is a card that I just want to play with. You know, all the Primite hybrid decks, they play like Drill Beam Control with the Primite cards, which is really good, of course. But Primite Imperial Dragon just feels like such a high adrenaline kind of card to play with that I really want to make a deck where... I like the idea of like picking the best vanilla for the format to get the max value out of Primite Imperial Dragon, you know, because it like banishes everything that has the same attribute or type as your vanilla. So you like pick really random funny vanillas just because they have the right type and attribute combination. I don't know. I like the idea of that. So I like getting more Primite support because that would facilitate such a deck more. Not sure if I wanted a fusion monster. Not sure if I wanted a fusion monster for Primite. Let's see what's here. We have Primite Dragon Nether Berzelius, level 8 Earth Dragon Fusion. Materials, a Primite monster and a normal monster, or multiple normal monsters. Gains 1,000 attack for each normal monster used for its fusion summon. Negate the activated effects of monsters your opponent controls, whose level, rank, link rating is less than or equal to the number of normal monsters in your field and graveyard. Okay. This is, on first glance, I mean, it is a floodgate. On first glance, it sounds scary, but the more you think about it, this is just not good, is it? Like, how many vanillas are you gonna have? Like maybe 2? So like you're gonna stop like level 1 link 1 monsters, level 2 link 2 monsters. Like this is super niche. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon a normal monster from your deck in defense position. Okay, that's not super relevant. I guess if you get it for... I don't know how the fusion spell works, but... Pearly is dead. Okay, yeah, it has like random applications against certain decks that have like... that mostly rely on level 1 or link 1. Then it's like really easy to make it broken. But for the most part, this is just not going to be good enough. Like, if you only have 1 vanilla, almost any deck can make SP to out it, right? Like, you need to have 2 vanillas on field or graveyard, which is already not that simple for most decks. Like, even Blue Eyes does not always have access to both vanillas in rotation, or like one of your vanillas can easily get Bestialed or something like that, and then all of a sudden, like, it just gets SP'd and that's that, right? Primite Fusion, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Fusion summon a dragon fusion monster from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from field, grave, and or banishment into the deck, including a normal monster. Banish this card from your grave, add a level 5 or higher Primate monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Okay. There's two parts to this card. Oh, of course, typically, being able to fusion summon by shuffling materials into the deck is technically really good. In this particular instance, I actually think this is a pretty weird design for the fusion spell for Primate, because Primate, they want the vanilla to be in grave, right? Like, you don't want them back in your deck. This has anti-synergy with the Primate fusion monster, right? Like, you have this fusion monster that wants normal monsters in the grave, and then the fusion spell to make that fusion monster takes the normal monsters out of your grave. This is just giga awkward. And on top of that, you also don't want to shuffle away your ether barrel, right? Like, the ether barrel also wants to stay in the graveyard. This fusion effect just makes no sense. Is there any other good... I mean, it can make any dragon fusion. Is there, like, other good dragon fusions that you can maybe make with it? Because I don't even think you want to make the Primate with it. Oh, no. First of the Dragon. Oh, that's in a different tab. I haven't even read that one yet. Okay, sure. We'll read that in a second. I don't know. What I like about this card, the fusion spell, is I like the secondary effect. I like the secondary effect to be able to add, like I said earlier, I would really like to play a deck with Imperial Dragon at some point, because I think that's the real, potentially really cool payoff to play Primate, because it's a really cool interruption on the opponent's turn, the Imperial Dragon. This can add the Imperial Dragon, which is neat. The problem is, how are you going to get this into the graveyard if the first effect is so bad? Like, you don't want to activate this, I think, in Primate, which is very awkward. I don't know. Drill Beam is just a better payoff, though. For the most part, yes. For the most part, I agree with you. There's a few things about this, though. If there is a world where they make enough good Primate cards so that you can play a larger Primate engine, or maybe even a pure Primate deck, that would be a good thing, because that would mean the more Primate cards you play, the higher the chance that, like, a Drill Beam that you hard draw is also live, right? Because that's one of the big deals with Drill Beam at the moment, is most of the decks only play one, maybe two, because you don't have enough Primate cards to make it live, meaning that most of the time, Drill Beam is only live if you draw Ether Barrel or Lordly Load, which means that you can search it, so you don't have to play multiple copies. If you're playing like a pure Primate deck, where you can afford to just play three Drill Beams because it's always live, that'd be really good. So the more good Primate cards we get, the better that sort of concept becomes, the more powerful Drill Beam gets, and that's like one of the main reasons to play Primate. So good Primate cards would be really welcome for that concept. I just don't think this is it. This is a direction, and this is like, it's just another trend. Like, we've talked about this a billion times now. Why are we giving any deck fusion cards these days? It's always like, oh, this deck is like a few good cards away from being a solid deck, and all of a sudden he's like, here's a fusion. I don't know, man. I don't, and then it's even like, it's anti-synergistic with the deck, and it's a floodgate. It's like, none of this is what anyone wants that's like a fan of Primate. Like, no one, like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this design. Paleo fusion would be fine, dude. If they make paleo support after years of me waiting for it, and then it's just a badly designed fusion. Like, imagine, this is like if they gave paleo a fusion spell that as a material required you to shuffle Paleozoics from the graveyard into the deck. This is the equivalent of this, right? Which would be crazy anti-synergy. Right? It sounds stupid, but this is what this is, right? And then the payoff isn't even, it's besides it being a floodgate, which I'm not a fan of, it's not even a good one. It's not even a good floodgate. It's not even good. Like, you're like, oh, your level 1 monster is now negated because I probably have one vanilla in rotation. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Kind of disappointed in this package here. I was hoping for more when I saw Primate support, honestly. Okay, let's do this one first because I think it's related to this. First of the Dragon Lords is a level 11 Dark Dragon fusion that requires 3 normal monsters. Must be fusion summoned. You can only use the third effect once per turn. You can only control one first of the Dragon Lords. Cannot be destroyed by battle and is unaffected by other monsters' effects. Once while face up on the field, when a spell trap or effect is activated, quick effect, you can destroy all spell traps on the field. Okay. So this is basically Chaos Angel, right? Is how I interpret this. It's can't be destroyed by battle and unaffected by monsters, which is Light and Dark Chaos Angel, right? Like basically. Which is sometimes a win condition for some decks, right? Light and Dark Chaos Angel in some matchups can get you out of some really weird situations. So that's neat, I guess. Oh, Trish, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. You are once again streaming at Demon Hours, but welcome everybody. Appreciate that. This, to me, feels like a card that can be a solid win condition in niche scenarios. I wouldn't want to build a deck around it. The other thing is, who wants to put 3 normal monsters in their deck? Like, to me, this is weird. Once again, because I feel like it's meant to be Primite support, right? Because if you're thinking normal monsters right now in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's all related to Primite. Like every deck that wants to play normal monsters is trying to find ways to play play Primite. Primite can even be the reason to play normal monsters right now. Like that is one of the best payoffs. Like the grind game and the impact of Drill Beam is like the reason to put vanillas in your deck. But you're not going to have 3 of them in your deck. Try to get all 3 in rotation and then fuse into a Chaos Angel. Like it's so much easier to make a Light and Dark Chaos Angel than it is to make this. I don't know. It's not a terrible card, but I don't see it really happening. Okay. Next up, we have new Regenesis support, which once again is very promising because I do think we're going to talk about it later today when we talk about Alliance Insight, but I think Regenesis is a deck and an archetype / engine with some serious potential. So if we get more good cards for it, who knows what's going to happen. We have Regenesis Pentatech, I don't know. Normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a monster with 2500 original attack or defense, target a card your opponent controls, or you can target 2 if you control Regenesis Lord, banish the target or those targets. If this card's in your grave, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it, special summon a monster with 25 attack or defense from your hand. Okay, this card sucks. Way too slow. Normal spell card makes it terrible. If it was a quick play, we could talk about it. But like a card that requires you to have a monster on the field in order to be a normal spell to banish 1 or best case 2 cards is ass. Regenesis Commandments, normal trap card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name once per turn. Apply these effects to all cards your opponent controls in the same column as your Regenesis monsters. Face up, negate their effects. Face down, monsters cannot change their battle position. Face down spell traps cannot be activated until the end of the next turn. Okay, this is also nowhere... This is nowhere good enough, I think, for a card that, like... A trap card. Maybe if it was a quick play spell, once again. Both of these cards, I think we could talk about if they were quick play spells. Even if they were quick play spells, it would be arguable whether these cards would be usable. But like, if I could go second and maybe like special summon something into the column of my opponent's whatever, and then quick play dodge or negate the effect, that'd be interesting. But it's not that. So once again, I think both of these cards very disappointing. I was hoping for more. I was hoping for more for both of these archetypes because I felt like both Primate and Regenesis were both solid and strong already, but not to the point where like, I didn't want them to get support. So yeah, okay. We have Trapaholic, normal trap card. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Target a spell trap you control, destroy it, then set a normal trap from your deck, except Trapaholic. It can be activated this turn while you have 3 or more traps in your grave. Ooh. Ooh, hold up. Wait, this is good. This card is very good. This is, I think there's an argument. There's an argument that this card in a trap deck is better than Trap Trick. Because it doesn't lock you for the rest of the turn. Like you have to play a trap deck for it. You have to play a trap deck for it, but I think there is an argument for this card to be better than Trap Trick sometimes. Because you can target face-up spell traps with it, so you can activate one trap, and then you pop it with Trapaholic to get another trap. It also lets you get rollback into the graveyard if you draw it, without having to draw a dedicated discard trap. So this is basically, as long as you're playing a trap deck, this is any trap in your deck, which is similar to Trap Trick, but you don't have to lock yourself for the rest of the turn. You need 3 or more engraved. Yeah, but that's not a real restriction on this card, right? If you're playing a trap deck, this counts as 1 trap in the graveyard. The trap you pop with it counts as 1 trap in the graveyard. So that's 2 already. So all you need is 1 other trap that you've activated beforehand. Like, this is basically the only thing that this restriction means is you have to play it in a trap deck. You can't do it like in a meta deck like you did with Trap Trick. Like, you know how people in any sort of like meta deck, people sometimes sided like 2 different dimension ground, 2 dimensional barrier, 3 Trap Trick or something, right? That's not something you can do with this card. You have to be playing a trap deck. Like, you have to be playing like Trap Labyrinth or Paleo or something like that. But in those decks, this card is absolutely phenomenal. It's not in the graveyard yet when it resolved. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't count. You don't have to have 3 trap cards when you activate this card. It just means that you set a trap with this, and then it becomes live as soon as you have 3 traps in the grave later. So like, you don't have to have 3 right now. You just have to have 3 at some point, and then it's live, which is completely a fine restriction for trap decks. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. The only thing, I think the only time where it's really worse than Trap Trick is when you're top decking and you don't have another spell trap to destroy with it, and you draw this, of course, like, because on its own it doesn't do anything. But if you're playing a trap deck, it's going to be really easy to fulfill the condition. And having to destroy a spell trap you have is also not really a cost, because you just chain it to a different trap card. You cannot target itself. It cannot target itself. And that's just a Yu-Gi-Oh ruling thingy, where like you also cannot Mystical Space Typhoon your own Mystical Space Typhoon. You just can't do that. That's just not how they work. Which I understand why you think you could, but you just can't. And I don't know what the reasoning for that is, other than that's just how the rule works. Like, you can't MST your own MST. You also can't activate Heavy Storm when there's no spell traps on the field just to destroy your own Heavy Storm or something like that. I don't know. It's just how it be. You just can't because you can't. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if there's a particular reference to it in the. There's probably somewhere in the rule book where it says why or that you can't do that, but you can't do that. But yeah. Worse for turn 0 plays with Arias. That's true. Yeah, no, this card is definitely worse than Trap Trick in like Furniture Lab. But this is also not, I think, where I would put this card in terms. I mean, maybe you still play it in that deck. Maybe you play Trap Trick and this. But yes, it is terrible with like Arias and stuff. So it doesn't go into like those hybrid decks. That's not full trap. Like, this is like, this goes into full trap decks. Like this also makes those kind of decks a lot more like potent, because think about it this way. Sometimes when you're playing Trap Lab and you're going second, your only win con, really, if your opponent makes a broken board, is to resolve something like simultaneous equation cannon, right? And currently, you have 3 trap trick and 3 simultaneous equation cannons for a total of 6 copies of that card. And if you don't have those going second, you might be in trouble, right? And this just gives you 3 more copies of whatever trap you want, including simultaneous equation cannon. So like you can now play basically 9 copies of that card. Basically, this is what Trap Track should have been, right? Because Trap Track, the reason why no one plays Trap Track is because destroying a monster is just not a realistic cost or ability in a trap deck. Like it doesn't make sense, right? And like Trap Track is technically good because it sets any trap from your deck, but like the cost is not something that trap decks can consistently fulfill. And so this one is just Trap Track if it made sense, essentially. I think this is good. I think this is a good card. I like this a lot. I think for trap decks, this is better than Trap Trick, unironically. I really think so. I think because the most annoying thing also with Trap Trick is the fact that sometimes, like in the example earlier, where your opponent makes a broken board and you need simultaneous equation cannon to deal with it, or the Ruma Karma Cannon, for example, right? But you draw Trap Trick, and you're like, okay, I kind of need to start with this, right? I need this. This needs to be one of my first things that I activate. Like maybe not the very first, but like the second one. I don't know. Like I need to get this out here. This Karma Cannon or the simultaneous equation cannon. If you have to Trap Trick for it, you're locked for the rest of the turn. So yeah, you Karma Cannon their board, but they can just freely play after. So I think this is very good. I like this. And this restriction is important because otherwise I think it would be way too broken. Like if this wasn't here, I think it would just be straight up insane. So I think this is a healthy and good restriction. That still makes it good. You can dodge Drill Beam. There's other implications here. Yeah, like I genuinely think if you're playing a trap deck, this is more of a benefit than it is a negative. Like being able to put rollback into your graveyard if you draw it is much bigger than you think it is. Like just being able to play rollback at full capacity in those kind of decks without having to worry about it too much that you draw it is really good. As well as dodging Drill Beam, dodging Desiree, all those kind of things it's really nice. I like it. Nice. Okay, so the thing that I was not expecting this at all because it's very good generic trap support. Right? I had high hopes for Primite and Regenesis. I was disappointed there. But then this one was a very nice, unexpected surprise at the end because I wasn't expecting any nice trap support. So that's cool. Before talking about Alliance Insight, can we talk about YCS Mexico? I actually have that prepared because I wanted it to be part of that discussion. Because the way I wanted to go, or the way I thought we were going to talk about this, was I wanted to put Alliance Insight into the context of the current format. Basically, I want to talk about where we're at right now, and then I want to talk about like what essentially what happened. Well, what's gonna happen? But yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Duck the incoming quack. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. I don't know about that, but if you say so. I like how confident you are. The Alliance Inside TCG exclusive non-archetypals. I have read most of them, yeah. I have read most of them. I think some of them are pretty strong. I think the little, if I remember correctly, the little fish was pretty good. I'm not sure. Have we had openings already for Alliance Insight? Like, do we know all of them? Yeah, right? Okay. Yeah, we can take that into account later. They're basically goatee support, right? Like the fish synchro and stuff. It's like essentially goatee support, which is neat. Yeah. Did you see the melodious support spell? You got to be more specific than that because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. The Vingolf's Blessing is what you mean? Like this one? When this card's activated, you can send a light fairy from your deck to the grave. Fairy monsters you control gain 100 attack for each fairy in your field and grave. If this card is sent to the grave, you can target a level 4 or lower fairy in your grave special summon. You can only use this effect once per turn. You can only activate one per turn. That seems terrible in Melodious. Is this really the card you mean? Because Melodious has no real way to get this off of the field, right? Like this would make so much more sense in other decks. Because, like, I mean, a Foolish Burial for light fairies certainly has applications, but I don't see it in Melodious. Is Cracked Valkyria support? Okay. Interesting. Is this TCG exclusive? Dawn Angel Combi? Let's go through the TCG exclusives real quick because I don't know all of them by heart. If you control no monsters or all monsters you control are fairies, you can special summon this card from your hand. You contribute any number of fairies, including this card. Special summon a fairy from your deck whose level equals the total levels of those monsters had on the field. You cannot special summon the turn you this effect, except fairies. Only use this effect once per turn. So it's like a pseudo Lone Fire Blossom that can be a special summon as well. That seems pretty good. It's basically Lone Fire for level 1 fairies, because I think most of the time you're not going to want to tribute multiples. So you can summon a level 1 fairy. Lone Fire for low. Technically, right? I'm pretty sure that's not bad for something like Voiceless Voice. Because it's just like not a normal summon as well. But you're locked into fairies. No, wait, that's bad. You're locked into fairies completely, so you can't do the Skull Guardian. That's bad, yeah. It tributes a juiced up... I mean, yeah, you can... If you make a Diviner level 6 or whatever, you can basically tribute it and summon anything from your deck. Not a bad card. What else do we have? Divine Fall. What is this support to be? What is this support meant for? Like, why are we getting Light Fairy support right now? What is in Alliance Insight that makes it so we want Fairy support? Because it's kind of throwing me off right now. Valkyries? Is there Valkyries in here? What does that even mean? Hrimnir, the Divine Follower. You contribute 3 fairy monsters from your hand and or field. Set a continuous spell from your deck, but send it to the grave during your opponent's end phase. If this card is sent to the grave by card effect, you can special this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use each effect once per turn. The secondary effect is potentially neat, but why do I have to tribute 3 fairies? Why, no. I don't want to. Then we have the fishes. There's 3 fish support, I think. Maybe more. We've got Aspie School. When this card is normal, you can special a level 6 or lower fish monster from your hand in defense position, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is banished, you can special summon this card in defense position. You can only use this effect once per turn. This screams GOATY to me, right? This screams like GOATY support, which personally, I'll throw that out there. I think GOATY is the kind of deck that, with the right support, could actually be a meta deck. Like, I think GOATY, even though it was a TCG exclusive and people were memeing on it and so on and so forth, I think the deck has its issues, but the deck also has a really cool resource loop and really good disruptions on the opponent's turn if it gets going, right? And I think that's the problem with GOATY, is that it has its problems with getting started. So if they ever give GOATY good starters, like good ways to get everything banished and good ways to set up, the deck is really powerful. And also ways to like unbrick the deck, because there's a couple of GOATY cards that I feel like are really powerful and you really need to play them, but like if you can't get started, they're like stuck in your hand and it's difficult. So like this kind of card is potentially interesting. I don't know if this is particular the one. I mean, it does unbrick level 6 or lower fishes in your hand, and it also has synergy with being banished itself. I wish it had this effect on special summon as well. That way you could keep looping it, like keep banishing it, bringing it back, and getting more GOATYs out of your hand over the course of multiple turns. That would be neat. But still, the ability to get a non-tuner out there, special summon your tuners from your hand, get going. I'm pretty sure this is also a benefit. Correct me if I'm wrong, GOATY enjoyers, but I think banish it when it leaves the field, if you summon one of your GOATY tuners with it, is actually something you want, right? So this seems all right. Seems good for GOATY, actually. I feel like I'm a little cautious here because I'm not the biggest GOATY expert. I've only played a little bit of it, but I really thought it looked cool if it wasn't so bricky in my eyes. But this seems very solid. I like the idea of this. We have Toxic Boxfish. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target a card in either graveyard, banish it. If this card is banished, you can target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn. You can only use each effect of Toxic Boxfish once per turn. Okay, a solid level 4 synchro seems good for... that seems like a good thing to have for GOATY. Because I don't remember... Like, they have level 2 tuners and level 2 non-tuners, right? And if I remember correctly, there was nothing good to turn those into. So, being able to do that with this, and then immediately, once again, it's the same thing as with the school card. Being able to immediately, on your turn, banish the tuner out of your own graveyard is pretty nice. It is rather slow, but I think that's still a very welcome extra deck option here. Also, I like the ability to decide between, do I need to banish from my graveyard? Do I need to banish from my opponent's graveyard? Very nice utility here. And then if this card itself is banished, you can still negate something. Like this effect is going to be less broken than it might sound because of how chain links work and stuff like that. Like if your opponent activates something that you would like to stop, chaining something that banishes this is going to be too slow for it because, you know, that's going to resolve first and then, yeah. But this seems okay because it's an extra card. Like, and I think GOATY probably has the room for this. Yeah, seems good. And then we've got Fish and Bids. At the start of your main phase 1, banish a card from your hand. Your opponent can banish 2 cards from their hand. If they do not, you apply this effect. Take 2 fish monsters from your deck and either banish both or send both to the graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except fish monsters. Ooh. This is both interesting and very weird. Because this feels like the kind of card that would be perfect for this deck if it didn't have so many weird restrictions. So Number one has to be start of main phase 1, which most of the time doesn't matter, but sometimes it does, and when it does, it's really annoying. Like, I don't know if Goatee is the kind of deck that plays draw cards or prosperity or whatever, but whenever you do that, of course, you can't do this. When you're going second and you have to use a board breaker first, right? You have to like use Dark Ruler, or you have to use Evenly or whatever. Super Poly, well, Super Poly you could do in draw phase, but like, you know what I mean, right? Whenever you have to do something before you do this, it's not going to work. So that can sometimes be a problem. The even bigger problem is that your opponent can stop this. And like, of course, having to banish 2 cards from your hand is a steep cost to prevent your opponent's card. But this is basically like playing a card that has a... This is basically the meme of how we always make jokes about like how certain cards always get ashed, right? Where like Wishes for Eyes of Blue, basically whenever you activate that card, your Ash Blossom is glued to your opponent's hand. This card literally has that in its effect, right? Like your opponent can answer this if they want to every time. And that's not a reliable starter, of course, right? Of course, they have to get rid of 2 cards from their hand. But the thing you have to realize with this sort of effect is your opponent is always going to choose the worst 2 cards out of their hand, right? Like they're going to look at their hand and there's maybe there's a duplicate normal summon, which banishing it doesn't matter, right? Like it's probably still good enough to see play if you're desperate for more starters. But especially in a format where like Malice is a thing too, right? Like that's just a whole nother level where normally banishing your opponent's cards is solid, but in a format with Malice, sometimes you're just gonna give him like a starter. Like your opponent is just gonna be like, okay, banish White Rabbit. Or like, okay, cool. My opponent has just gotten extra cards because I activated this card and I also didn't get my effect. Yeah, I don't know. This is a phenomenal effect for Goatee, but this is a little harsh on the restriction and requirements, I think. They might still play it though if they're desperate for starters. So that's the Fish TCG exclusives. What else do we have? Replicard Lad. You can banish 1 other level 7 or higher monster from your hand. Special summon this card from your hand. You can target a face-up monster you control. Special summon a monster from your deck with a different name that has 2 or more of the same level, attack, and or defense, but it cannot activate its effect this turn. You can only use each effect of Replicard Lad once per turn. I hate this card. I hate this card. Do you want to know why I hate this card? Because this, you guys are saying Regenesis, right? You guys are saying Regenesis is the first thing where your head's at. Do you want to know what I saw at first glance? Is I saw great synergy with Dragon Rulers. You know, banish 1 Dragon Ruler from your hand to special summon this. It's a level 7 as well. You get the effect of the Dragon Ruler you banished because that's how they work. And then I thought, hey, wouldn't it be really cool if this could then tutor out a different Dragon Ruler from your deck that you don't have yet in rotation, right? Like, the problem is it cannot do that because none of the Dragon Rulers share attack and defense with each other. And they also, none of them share attack and defense with this card. So this card is level 7 support, banishes a monster to summon itself, comes out in the same set as Dragon Rulers, and cannot summon Dragon Rulers. Bro. Come on, man. I know they're trying to make Regenesis support, but come on, man. Give me something. Give me something to work with. It didn't need 2500 attack and defense to summon all the Regenesis monsters, right? It level attack and defense. You only need to match 2 out of the 3 for Regenesis, right? Like, come on, man. Let me summon a Dragon Ruler. Make it 1800 defense so I can summon Blaster. Whatever, man. Why is it? Why does it not work with Dragon Rulers at all? Very cringe. Very cringe. I mean, because fundamentally, this would be a very good card in Dragon Rulers. I'm just saying, right? I'm not saying Dragon Rulers are going to be a thing, because I don't know exactly if they will be. I mean, it's massive copium. I don't think they will be. But it would have been nice if we got some support for them. I would have liked it, because I'm a big fan of Dragon Rulers. And this, when I started reading it, I was like, yeah, this goes hard in Dragon Rulers. And then it just didn't. Okay, what else is there? Sakra Vendiraj. 2 level 4 monsters. You can detach a material from this card, then target 1 level or rank 4 psychic monster in your grave, special summon it. If a monster is special summoned while this card is in your monster zone, you can target one other face-up monster on the field. That monster's name becomes Sakra Vendiraj until the end phase. You can only use this effect once per turn. Eh? Target one other face-up in that monster's name. What's the point of this one? Well, what is this here for? Because, like, I mean, the Cybers we just read, clearly Regenesis support. The fish cards, clearly Goatee support. The fairy support, well, fairy support. What is this supporting? You can chain it to Albaz. Yeah, but if I... Okay, yeah, sure. I suppose it has some random applications. Oh, no. Okay. Ooh, a Tiki card. That could be interesting, right? Trap monsters are kind of solid right now in Odeon or something. Special summon this card as an effect monster with the following effect. Quick effect, you can pay 800 life points, special summon a continuous trap except Tiki Piece from your graveyard or banishment as a normal monster, and its name becomes Tiki Piece. You can only use this effect of Tiki Piece once per turn. From your graveyard banishment. Okay, so how does this work? Will this have the... If I summon, for example, the Statue of Anguish pattern with this, does it have its effect? No. Okay. All right, unplayable card. Nice. Mitsurugis, we know those. Dude, so I have mixed feelings about Dippity, okay? Because this card means 2 things, right? This is Light Fiend normal, so it's very good in Primite Fiendsmith, which means that White Duston is now completely obsolete. Completely obsolete. Because level 4 is just... Level 4 is very good. Level 4 is the best level for the vanilla because it makes Chaos Angel, right? Like Light and Dark Chaos Angel with a Bestial or just Light Chaos Angel with Fiendsmith. But with Necroquip, you can also make Light and Dark Chaos Angel. This is actually very good. Like, this is actually very, very good for, like, Primite Fiendsmith. Which means you're not going to play White Duston anymore, which makes me a little bit sad. Dude, both... It's been brought to my attention that after Alliance Insight, both of the vanillas I played in the Primite Fiendsmith deck are not the best one to play anymore. Summon Skull is actually not the best one because Beast of Talvar is better because it has higher defense points, which is something that I have accepted at this point. I think Beast of Talvar is actually better, which is kind of sad. Summon Skull's cooler, but anyways. Now, Dippity is also just strictly better than White Duston, so both of them are not the way to go anymore, which makes me sad. But this is actually pretty good for any Primite Fiendsmith. version out there. But those are imports. I think this card was out already. I'm pretty sure these are cards that I've seen before, and they're imports. Like this is a V-Jump Giant Crackhorn. I don't think when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you special summon this card from your hand. If you do, change the attack to this card. Perform damage calculation. Target a plant monster you control. The attack of that monster combined. Okay, terrible card. Migratory Zeraort. If a water exceeds on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, detach a material from a monster you control. Then you can special level 3 or 4 water from your hand or grave. Can be treated as a level 5 if it's used for exceed summon of a water. Sure. Imagine trying to play water exceeds in a world after Bahamut Shark and Abyss Dweller. Dragulithia Kunzite. If this card's in your hand, you can send a level 7 or higher normal monster from hand or deck to the grave. If you do, special summon this card. Banish this card from your grave. Target a normal in your grave. Special summon it. You can only use one effect per turn. Only once that turn, dude. Until that sentence, I was like, you know what? Maybe. If both effects were once per turn, maybe. I think if you can just use one, not quite good enough. Not quite. But if it was 2 bodies in one card that also gets you a vanilla from deck to grave, which is an advantage in something like Blue Eyes, could have been very, very close, very close. Okay. Overall, I think that makes all of the imports and TCG exclusives. I want to say, I mean, Mitsurugi aside, because Mitsurugi, of course, is very, very powerful, and that alone makes the TCG exclusives in this set and the last set a lot better than usual, right? The free agents, quote unquote, are like okay here, I think. I'm pretty sure the Goaty support is good, even though I'm not super well versed in Goaty. But those cards seem nice. The fairy support is potentially solid. But I felt the same way, for example, about the zombie support in the last set. Like the zombie cards that were in the last set actually felt pretty strong to me when I read them for the first time, but there just wasn't a home for them that was good enough to make them strong. You know what I mean? Like, and it kind of feels like the same way with these fairy cards, but like, or the fish cards. But I wouldn't be super surprised to eventually see a deck pop up with them. You know, like if good Goaty support happens, then these cards I think are going to see play for sure. Some of them. Well, yeah. I'm Kaizen, thank you for the 12 months. And 8-Man Paradise, thank you for the 28. If I pull Dippity in Sneak, I'm gonna rip it apart. Why is it Light Fiend? End me, please. Dude, it's not that big of a deal. Like, Dippity being a Light Fiend is good. Yes, it's the better version of White Dust On. It's not gonna completely throw everything around. Like, there already is a vanilla Light Fiend. Do you know when this would have been a real big deal? Like, I can tell you one thing that was necessary to make Dippity really, really good. And that was if it had attack points. If this had a reasonable attack stat so that you can use it for Primate Roar, that would have been really good. Like, if you could banish your opponent's normal summon off of Primate Roar and you only had to play one vanilla for it, that would be very, very good, actually. Or like enough attack to attack, yeah, like 1700 attack, for example. I think 1700 would have been the sweet spot, because you can hit Ether Barrel, you can run over SP, you can banish all, like, most of the regular normal summons. If it had that, it would actually be broken, which is funny because it's a vanilla we're talking about. But yeah. Okay, so that's the TCG exclusives in Alliance Insight. Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, but outside of Mitsurugi, I don't think there's anything that's shaking up the meta here. Like, there's solid cards for some rogue decks, which definitely appreciate the help, but nothing too crazy that makes, like even if Goaty becomes better with this, I don't think Goaty's going to be top meta or anything. Like, it was more playable than before, which is nice. I think it's funny to be searchable with the Yubel field spell. Yeah, but it's a vanilla we're talking about. It's a vanilla we're talking about, and that alone is not that broken. Like it just can't be that broken. All right. But the thing I want to do now is I want to talk about Alliance Insight. I want to get into the nitty-gritty with Alliance Insight. I want to talk about what I expect from this set, and I want to talk about how it's going to impact the format, because of course it is going to be releasing soon. We're going to have a YCS right after release, and then we're going to head right into national season for Europe. So I want to take a look at all the cards, or like most of the most important things in this set essentially, and discuss a little bit what's going to change. And in order to do that, I want to take a little bit of a detour to look at what we currently have going on in the TCG, because I think that's going to be very important, of course, in evaluating how Alliance Insight is going to shape up the TCG landscape. In order to understand that, we have to look at what's currently here. So the best indicator for this, I think, is YCS Mexico City, which happened last weekend. I have the top 32 deck breakdown here, courtesy of Lampy over on Twitter. Shoutouts. D7, thank you for the 16 months. So this is the breakdown for YCS Mexico, and this is what we're dealing with before Alliance Insight. And the deck that won this tournament was Memento, which is not that much of a surprise. I think the deck was already good pre-ban list. The deck was not hit at all. A lot of other decks received slight nerfs. So to no one's surprise, Memento and Blue Eyes are still represented in decent numbers in this top cut. This YCS also was pretty large, I think. It was over 1,300 duelists, so pretty sizable. And it showed quite a bit of deck diversity, I think. After this most recent ban list, I think that's a really nice thing to see, because the ban list was a major shakeup to the format, and it really did its job. You know, even though, of course, Ryziel and Malice are still here in some capacity, the numbers are way down, deck diversity is way up, a lot of different decks being able to showcase their strength. You know, we've got Christian here getting a spotlight, which is really nice. We've got Kashtira, I think, paired with Fiendsmith. We got Mermail, we got Snake Eyes, which is basically just a good stuff engine pile at this point. Most of the Snake Eyes deck I'm seeing are like Kashtira, Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Azamina, like a lot of good engines together in a deck. Bestial, Fiendsmith, Salamangreat, White Forest, a lot of different things happening. I think the only thing that I wasn't quite expecting after the last Forbidden and Limited list was that Malice was still going to be taking 25% of top 32 here with 8 decks. I thought Malice was okay after the list, but I didn't think it was like this level of good. But apparently it is relatively strong right now, and ended up getting second and third place at this YCS as well, only losing out to Memento in the finals here, and that is quite impressive showing for Malice as well. Even though they haven't won the tournament, they were the most represented deck in top 8 and made it to second and third place. However, how is this going to change after Alliance Insight is going to come out? We're going to talk about that in a second. The first thing I want to look at for this is, I think the OCG metagame is actually a good place to start. And here we have a metagame breakdown. This is the last metagame breakdown, I think, before Alliance Insight dropped. Now, not exactly the same as we have right now in the TCG, because there's like Orchest in the mix here as well, which is something that we don't have yet. But for the most part, you can see a picture here before Alliance Insight where the format is kind of diverse in the OCG before Alliance Insight. You got Orchest here, Blue Eyes, Malice, Ryziel, Memento, White Forest, a lot of decks besides Orchest that we also have doing decently well in the TCG at the moment. And here's what happened after Alliance Insight. This is the very next metagame report after Alliance Insight drop. You can see new product release, Alliance Insight. Malice shoots up to over 25% of the pie chart, and Ryziel also way up. And And this is what I want to discuss today, whether this is going to be the same in the TCG, because of course the situation before is not quite the same, right? At this stage of their metagame, the Malice decks were basically at full power, quote unquote, right? Like they had 3 Dormouse, 3 White Rabbit, 3 Underground, they had Link Decoder, all that. Ryziel was even hit a little bit stronger than Malice in the OCG because they put X Ryziel to 1. So like, you know, but of course, these are 2 things that we are expecting in Alliance Insight as well, and we're going to get over with those 2 immediately. So for Ryziel, let's start with Ryziel because that's the simpler one to explain as to what happens in Alliance Insight, and that is just essentially just 1 card. That is Star Ryziel. There's technically 2 Ryziel cards in Alliance Insight, but like the second one doesn't really matter. It's not a good one. Star Ryziel is the only thing that changes for Ryziel, and this is a pretty good card, even though it is not a starter for Ryziel, which is why it's typically only being played at 1 in the OCG, which I think is going to be relatively similar in the TCG. I don't know if people are going to play 2 copies of this card ever. You can special summon it by detaching an Xyz material. So that's why it's just an extender. If you summon it this way, you get the rank 4 lock. And if it is special summoned, not normal summoned, you can set a Ryziel spell trap from your deck. The reason why this card was such a big boost to Ryziel in the OCG is because it gave the deck a higher ceiling instead of more consistency, which is something that Ryziel didn't really need. You know, even in the TCG, I don't think Ryziel is looking for consistency at the moment. You just need better ways to get to your spell traps, right? So this card can basically make sure that you can get your Ryziel cross online, even if your opponent is trying to hold their hand traps for the duo drive choke point, basically, right? Like that's been a big deal with Ryziel, has been like, if you can resolve the duo drive, your advantage just gets very overwhelming. But if your opponent can stop the duo drive, then you're kind of like limited in what you can end on, right? And so this card changes that because you have 2 options. You can either make your duo drive, force your opponent's hand trap, and then still go into Star Ryziel to still get your cross anyways, or you go for Star Ryziel first, get the cross, and the cross will protect your duo drive, right? The cross will make sure that your duo drive resolves, right? And so basically, any Ryziel combo from before Alliance Insight can now easily weave in the Star Ryziel, right? This is a phenomenal summon off of Ice Ryziel. It's a phenomenal search off of Sword Ryziel, just to get you get a free spell trap now in the Ryziel combos, which is pretty strong. Also is probably going to prompt people to play Ryziel Plasma Hole in basically any Ryziel deck. And I think this is a pretty solid support card for Ryziel. It's going to be a secret rare in Alliance Insight. However, most of the time I think it's going to be a one-off, at least in the beginning. Maybe eventually, in order to fit more Ryziel names into the deck, because they're all semi-limited, maybe they play more. But because it's not a starter, I really don't see the need to run more than 1 copy. So I don't think it's going to be a huge money card, especially because Malice is predicted to be the much bigger deal post Alliance Insight. So I don't think this is going to be a huge money card in Alliance Insight, as opposed to Malice P Marchare. So this is just one of the Malice support cards, but it's one of the most important ones. Your opponent cannot target Malice Link monsters that point to this card with card effects. That is like sometimes relevant, but even the most relevant part about this card is if it's in your hand as a quick effect, you banish a Malice card from your hand or grave, and if you do, special summon this card. If this card is banished, you can pay 300 life points, then target one of your banished Malice monsters and add it to your hand. So this card is 2 things that are really, really important. The first thing is, it's another Malice name. You know, all the times people were playing like Dotscaper or whatever, so they had more Malice cards, more Cyberse cards to banish off of like Red Ransom, for example, from your deck, because you would, in the standard combo, you would run out of Malice names to banish. Now you have 1 more. And even though this one does not special summon itself when it's banished, it basically is still extension, because it gets banished. You can just add itself back to the hand because it doesn't specify a different Malice card. You can target itself and then add itself back to the hand and then special summon it from your hand, which is basically the same. It's just special summon yourself from the banished pile, but with extra steps, right? On top of the fact that if you ever played against Malice and noticed how broken Bestials were as extenders and cards to create follow-up? Like, even if you Nibiru a full Malice board, sometimes you would just like start playing on your turn and they go Bestial, banish Whitebinder comes back, draws a card, banishes like 2 cards from your graveyard, 1 Malice card from their graveyard, that one comes back. Like, so much follow-up off of banishing whenever, right? This is a Malice Bestial, basically, right? It can't banish your opponent's cards, but still, it's a Malice Bestial quick effect, so it works on both turns, and it repeatedly adds itself back to the hand, right? So while this card is not a starter for Malice, this card is basically infinite grind game, more names in rotation for Malice, and one of the reasons why the deck is projected to be the best deck post Alliance Insight. And honestly, from what I've seen currently, even though I would love to tell you guys the opposite, I do think it's looking likely that Malice is at least up there in contention for best deck of the format post Alliance Insight, because this is not the only thing that Malice gets. They also get a new spell card, but that's besides the point. It's minor. They play it, but it's not the biggest deal. The even bigger deal is that Malice actually gets consistency tools in they get consistency tools in Alliance Insight, and that's, I think, the only weakness of the deck at the moment in the TCG is they semi-limited a lot of your names. This new card here is also not a starter, so consistency would be like the one thing that this deck is maybe lacking. And here comes backup ad Ignister, right? Which is technically generic Cyber support, but we all know how that works. Malice is all Cybers, and this card just slots right in. If you control a Cybers monster that was special summoned from the X-Trick, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Dark Cybers monster from your deck to your hand, except backup ad Ignister, then discard 1 card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Now, the way this card works is twofold. Either you draw a Malice monster, and if you draw a Malice monster, you have combo. If your opponent interacts with that combo, you just use backup ad Ignister as a phenomenal extender. If you don't draw a Malice monster, this card basically turns into full Malice combo alongside any normal summon. So like, in a world where, and the reason why that's so broken is because all of your hand traps are, like, if you don't draw a Malice monster, you've bricked, quote unquote, right? What's likely to be in your hand? Well, it's probably hand traps. It's probably like you have Ash Blossom in your hand or Effect Veiler or whatever, right? And then you normal summon that, you make Almirage, and then you can special this, search a Malice monster, discard it, make, I don't know what the standard combo makes. You can make SP to banish it from your grave. You can make Lizard Doze, you can make Splash Mage to bring it back, depending on what kind of line you want to go for, but you definitely see how it works, right? Like you have 2 monsters, you have a Malice in the grave, there you go, right? It's the good old Malice combo. So this card is basically extender and starter at the same time for Malice, which is really, really powerful, because that is the one thing that Malice was lacking after the last ban list a little bit, is consistency. Alongside the fact that this card gives you better plays under Lancia, right? Because you can just do generic Cyber slop under Lancia, right? Like you're not no longer just limited to your Malice plays. There's also Wizard ad Ignister, which is the best target for it if you're not looking for Malice. Like if you already have Malice in your hand, you're gonna search a Wizard ad Ignister, which is just another Cybers extender that's 2 more bodies. It's literally just Cyber slop that happens to be very good in Malice. And if all that wasn't enough, if all that was not enough to make you think Malice is a real threat after Alliance Insight, they also get a new boss monster to end on if they want to, which is an Omni Negate. Allied Code Talker ad Ignister on Link Summon brings back as many Cybers monsters with 2300 attack from your graveyard as possible. Cannot special summon for the rest of this turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you tribute a Link monster that it points to, negate the activation, and banish it. So they lost Nightmare Griffin, which was a good thing. Good thing they banned Nightmare Griffin, but still, this card is still pretty bonkers, right? Like you're gonna like they're gonna end on like this plus Firewall, maybe Transcode Talker somewhere to make it untargetable and stuff. Plus all the Malice interruptions, basically, right? So Malice is getting the full package in Alliance Insight, right? Like you get the Malice Bestial basically for infinite grind game follow-up and extension. You get consistency and extension from backup Ad Ignister, and you get a new really powerful endboard piece in Allied Code Talker. All things considered, Malice is looking to really overtake anything else in Alliance Insight. The only thing that, like, Malice is going to have a target on its back, right? Like, everyone is expecting Malice to be very powerful because of these cards. And I think there's like some counterplay in Artifact Lancia, of course. Like, the deck will not always play super well under Artifact Lancia. Like, you don't always have access to backup Ad Ignister. And even if you do have backup Ad Ignister, sometimes that's not that great. Like, it's the board you can make under backup Ad Ignister is going to be worse than what you would have done if your opponent didn't have Lancia. So Lancia is still a good card against Malice, I'm pretty sure. It's just not always as auto-win as it maybe used to be sometimes. Of course, they can also still play potential hybrids of the deck to make it better into Lancia. Like, I don't know if Fiendsmith Ryzeal is still going to be Fiendsmith Malice is still going to be a thing post-Alliance Insight, but it could be. But overall, all things considered, Malice is looking pretty strong. Charmies are pretty good against it. All of them, basically, is the good news. I mean, Fuva is obviously good, but Meowls is also strong, and all of these new Ad Ignister cards and Marcher obviously are summons from hand. So even Purulia sometimes is going to net you 2 or 3 cards, depending on how they have to play. As well as Droll and Lockbird becomes a little bit more valuable. Just a little bit. I still wouldn't say Droll and Lockbird is going to be great against Malice post-Alliance Insight. But like, whenever they have to start playing with backup Ad Ignister, that is going to be an early search in their combo. So you can Droll them very early, and then they can't add with Red Ransom, they can't draw with Jessie Cat. Like, sometimes it's going to be annoying, but still, Droll and Lockbird is not that great. All things considered. But the thing about Droll and Lockbird, and this is the thing I want to do next, is the reason why this is a little bit of a uncertain situation for me is because I don't know exactly how this is going to match up. I mean, we're going to talk about other things that I think are potentially strong in Alliance Insight, but the one thing I want to bring up first that I think is in contention for one of the better decks of the upcoming format, and that is Mitsurugi. Right, we've talked about the Mitsurugi support as well. I have uploaded my initial reaction to those cards. The more I think about Mitsurugi, the more I feel like this deck is actually capable potentially of rivaling Malice in terms of power level for the upcoming format. I haven't experimented with it enough, but I am convinced, especially this card here, makes Mitsurugi a real contender in the upcoming format. Now, I think the one weakness, and it's a weakness and a strength at the same time for Mitsurugi, but the only real weakness I could think of for Mitsurugi is Droll and Lockbird. Like, this deck, literally, most of its hands are going to rely on like searching so much because it's a ritual deck that relies so much on adding that Droll and Lockbird is going to solo it. On the other hand, I feel like other than Droll, it has very little weaknesses. Like, other than Droll and Lockbird, I don't feel like there is much you can do to stop it. Like, if your opponent doesn't have Droll, you're gonna really put up a crazy board with this deck very consistently now. And that's not just because of the new ritual monster. I think it's also, I mean, the new main deck monster is great as well because it gives you more consistency and another Mitsu name in rotation that you contribute for another ad. It helps you get started. It helps you extend. A great tribute from the deck as well. If you haven't gone through it yet, very, very good card. The new ritual spell, depending on how the deck is going to turn out, I think is also really good. Not because of its effect, but because it mentions all of the Mitsurugi rituals by name. So you can search it for pre-preparation of rites. So that means you have more play, more starters, more really good cards. Like pre-prep is a really good card in the deck now if you play this mirror, which is going to depend on how much space the deck has. You can also still play it with Ryziel for extra starters, extra ceiling, extra ways to get into King of the Feral Imps. But I can also see a world where you want to play like, I don't know, like a build with Dogmatica or a build with just all generic ritual support, like maybe Diviner, or like I've seen people mess around with Manju as well because it's a level 4 to make, maybe that's better because you can make King of the Feral Imp with it, except unlike Diviner, which is a tuner, level 6. You can play Octodic in it. There's a lot of potential in Mitsurugi, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And this deck has very little weaknesses outside of Duel and Lockbird. But Duel and Lockbird, and this is the thing, everyone knows this. This is not like I'm not sharing like the hottest take right now. Like everyone knows that the Mitsurugi cards are powerful right at this point, I hope. And everyone understands that Duel and Lockbird is really good against it. So I think we're going to see Duel and Lockbird in almost every deck next format. Whether it's main or side, I think depends on the popularity of Mitsurugi. But I think Duel and Lockbird is going to be everywhere, right? So I think for me personally, that's what I feel like are the quote-unquote obvious effects of Alliance Insight, right? Like we've gone through the obvious things like Mitsurugi good, Malice very good, Ryziel kind of like I think Ryziel definitely benefits the least from Alliance Insight out of those 3 decks. And if we look at, of course, the current situation, Ryziel is already behind Malice, and so I think Ryziel is going to fall off even harder, even though Star Ryziel is a good card. But Ryziel also does not really appreciate Duel and Lockbird. Star Ryziel plays around Duel and Lockbird a little bit, you know, like it helps you still play. But Ryziel still really didn't love getting Joeled, so that's a little bit weird for it. And then Malice is just getting better support than Ryziel for sure here. Right, but those are the obvious ones. Those are the things that, you know, those are the first things you want to prepare for. There's other stuff that that's worth talking about in Alliance Insight, and so that's what we're gonna do now. And the first thing is White Forest. White Forest, I think, is getting actually very strong support, and there also was a YCS in the OCG that had White Forest performing decently well as well. It only got top 16, but still worth showcasing. A lot of new support in this set for White Forest. And the most important card, I think, is the Field Spell. I think the Field Spell is actually quite phenomenal, even though it's quite the simple card. It's just another one of those field spells that you activate that then adds a White Forest from your deck to your hand. It does lock you out of summoning Darks from the extra deck, and it has some other small bonuses. But the most important part of this card, and the reason why I think it's particularly good in White Forest, of course, is because it's a field spell that stays on the field, so you can send it for your White Forest cost, right? Like it's a broken concept in White Forest specifically because the entire deck resolves around having to send spell traps for your effects as cost. So it's a card that searches you, its consistency, and it pays for your cost, right? So it's very nice. Of course, White Forest gets more than just that. You get the 2 main deck Diabells now. You get Diabells and Diabell Star Vengeance, which are both pretty powerful as well. And you get some new extra deck tools as well, like a new part of the Diabell, like the White Forest end board in the OCG, as you can see in this list as well. They play both of the Diabells, and they play the new Synchros as well. Because this thing is quick effect, pay half your life points, target a card your opponent controls. Then, if another Diabell monster is on your field, you can special a tuner Synchro from your extra deck, which can go into the new Poplar, which is a tuner, like a quick effect Synchro on the opponent's turn, level 4 tuner that you can also summon off of the Diabell's level 8 Synchro. Puts White Forests from your grave into your spell trap zone to synergize with other cards. They can be sent as costs for the other White Forests later. They can be sent for Doom Dragon. all that stuff, and also has a quick effect synchro into the new Snake Eye Vengeance Dragon, which is also a pretty cool card, actually, even though it's named Snake Eyes, but it's a level 12. Basically, quick effect Flamberge to put a monster in the spell trap zone, which is really good disruption, and then even has a battle phase effect where it like targets a monster and a continuous spell and destroys them. So it's White Forest is getting some solid support in Alliance Insight, and I was actually, when I read these cards at first, I was like, yeah, this is broken for sure. Especially the field spell made me like, yeah, White Forest is definitely popping off. And it kind of did in the OCG. You know, people are messing around with it. I just think the deck shares some very common weaknesses with some other decks in the format, especially in the TCG. I think Droll and Lockbird is going to mess this deck up. And Maxi is also pretty good against it, which was one of the reasons why I think in the OCG it didn't pop off completely. For us, I think because Maxi is not a thing, this deck will probably be able to play under Fuva decently well. Droll and Lockbird is going to be a problem. And just in general, it's just the question, if you're going to play a combo deck, is it really going to be worth to play White Forest? Or would you rather play Mitsurugi or Malice? Because those just seem like more promising combo decks. But I do think this deck is worth mentioning and worth looking at after Alliance Insight if you maybe prefer this sort of playstyle. Because I think it's definitely better into Fuva than Malice, because White Forest just naturally can set up through its trap cards and back row more without having to special summon that much from the extra deck, which is neat. Also, the new Diabell stuff is like main deck interruptions, right? So like that's neat. Another archetype that has seen a decent amount of experimentation in the OCG, but I actually think Regenesis could be something for us in the TCG that's more interesting. So the way this archetype works, just as a brief summary, I don't want to read every single card here because I have all my reactions to these cards up on the Plus channel, of course. But Regenesis is an archetype that synergizes, or the idea of this deck is basically it all revolves around 2500 attack or defense, right? Like you have to have monsters with an original attack of 2500 attack or defense on the field, and you can special summon these Regenesis cards, and they all have some pretty neat effects, and they all have some pretty neat, like, they all create follow-up, for example. Like here, Regenesis Sage, for example, is you can special summon it if there's a monster with original attack 25 or defense on the field, and then when the opponent activates a card or effect, you can send one other Regenesis card to the grave, negate the activation, destroy that card. During your opponent's end phase, if this card's in your grave because it was sent there this turn, you can add this card back to your hand. A lot of them have this sort of effect where they will all return to your hand in the opponent's end phase if they're in the graveyard. So it's like a deck that is very, very good in like a grind game scenario where you throw out a bunch of big monsters, use their effects, negates, I think they have other interruptions as well, and then add them all back in the end phase, so it's very hard to outgrind. The reason why, like, this has seen some experimentation in the OCG, but I wouldn't say it's been particularly successful. It was like okay in some decks. The reason why I think this is far more interesting in the TCG is because we have a full Kashtira package. We have 3 Wraith Soth, 3 Unicorn. We also still have Fenrir. Fenrir is banned in the OCG. Of course, Fenrir does not have 25 original attack or defense, but Fenrir makes the existence of Fenrir makes the Kashtira package a lot more attractive, of course, especially in grind games. And Kashtira Unicorn, I think, is going to be a monster in the upcoming format. Like, you look at Malice, which is basically Cyber Slop with an extra deck filled with one-ofs. You look at Ryziel, Detonator Limited. You look at White Forest, a lot of one-offs in the extra deck. Fiendsmith in general, right, is still, we haven't even talked about Fiendsmith yet because Fiendsmith is not getting support in this set, but Fiendsmith is still going to be a thing, right? And so that is, if you get to resolve Kashtira Unicorn, you basically banish, you disable like 5 cards in your opponent's extra deck by banishing the Requiem face down or the sequence or whatever, right? Like it just disables such a big part of your opponent's extra deck. So Unicorn being like at maximum copies available in the TCG, plus it just being very good in the upcoming format, I think that makes Regenesis potentially pretty interesting. Like maybe a Kashtira Regenesis deck is going to end up being like one of the more viable decks in the upcoming format. It's just, I'm just throwing it out there because I think there are often differences between OCG and TCG. And so just because Regenesis quote unquote flopped in the OCG does not mean it's going to have the same effect for us here, because I think these cards are actually quite strong and the concept is not bad. You know, of course, they have not only, like, some of these cards are relatively clunky, of course, like most of them require a 2500 on field to be able to summon them, but they also have like Regenesis Archfiend, which is essentially a starter, because it's like, it does not require you to have a 2500 on the field to summon it. You have to reveal one from your hand, and then it summons itself and then adds a Regenesis card from deck or banishment, which is really neat. And it also adds itself back every turn. Like, so it's a nice way to get going. They also have a Rhoda as well, right? The card is just called Regenesis. These are good cards. These are good cards, and I could see like a Kashtira Regenesis deck do something. Maybe you even play it with Fiendsmith, right? Because Fiendsmith can also help you get your Regenesis engine going, right? Because with Fiendsmith, you can make a Volzar Lars, which, if I'm remembering correctly, is 2500 attack. So that would mean you just use the Engraver as a starter, make Lars, and then you can special your Regenesis monsters next to it. Could be a thing, right? And then you basically have insane grind game, right? Fiendsmith plus Regenesis, like, you're never outgrinded. Yeah. So I think this is a potentially pretty strong engine. Another thing that I feel like is kind of dismissed at the moment, even though I think it is fairly good, but has its own set of weaknesses, and people are just, I think, overhyping. Maybe not overhyping, but people are hyping Malice and Mitsurugi a lot post Alliance Insight, is the new Evil Twin support. Because Fiendsmith was left completely untouched, I think this is interesting, because Evil Twin / Life Twin are getting a Link 1 that's a Light Fiend, which is definitely relevant. Which is a pretty good card, all things considered. So I could see something like Life Twin Fiendsmith being a more mid-rangey like option in the upcoming format. The problem I have with this deck is I think it's terrible into Fuva. And Fuva is going to be, I don't know if people are going to main deck Fuva a lot because of decks like Mitsurugi. I don't think Mitsurugi is super weak to Fuva, but Fuva is going to be in everyone's side deck now that it's more affordable because of Stampede, and also one of the best things you can do against Malice. Because let's be honest, like, have fun trying to stop Malice with like fair quote unquote hand traps, like with like imperms and veilers and stuff like that. Yeah, like, you're just playing it's just gambling at that point, right? You're just like trying to compare hands with Malice at this point if you're trying to imperm their normal summon, right? Because they've got like infinite amounts of extenders now. Like you hand trap Malice's normal summon, they have more extenders in their deck than not extenders, right? Like any Bestial, any March Hare, any Adignister, whatever. Like, there's so much they can have to extend through your hand traps. Like, I don't think that's going to be the case. So people are going to flock towards cards like Charmies, Droll, and stuff like that. I mean, Droll is not that great against Malice, but like, you get the idea, right? Charmies are going to be very good against Evil Twin, but they are worth mentioning. I think it's solid. It's, funnily enough, most of the decks we've talked about so far probably won't end up playing that much Fiendsmith. Like, Mitsurugi and Malice are both decks I think that can play Fiendsmith, but don't necessarily have to or will, depending on how the format shapes out. Because like, Engraver is also not a great card to start with if your opponent is on 3 Droll and Lockbirds necessarily. So, but Life Twins, I think Life Twin Fiendsmith is going to be one of the interesting decks to look at with Fiendsmith. And now, here's my personal little bit of copium. In reality, I don't actually think it's going to be super relevant, but I wanted to bring it up anyways because it's my favorite cards in the set, and that's the new Dragon Rulers. This is something that I don't think is going to have a huge meta impact. But look, a man can have some dreams. Okay, I don't think these cards are the unfortunate part about this, because my initial idea with the new Dragon Rulers was to make a Primite deck with them, because in this deck you can basically always search Primite Ether Barrel, because it's a Earth Dragon, and when Redox is banished, you can search it. And Dragon Rulers, they don't need their normal summon. And in Dragon Rulers, if you draw a vanilla that's a dragon, you don't care that much. It's not a huge brick, right? You just discard it for a baby dragon or banish it for a big dragon ruler or whatever, right? So that was an idea that I had, but then I realized, wait a minute. That's gonna suck into Droll and Lockbird, because dragon rulers do a lot of searching. That's going to suck into Molcharmy Fuvalos, because most of the baby dragons are going to summon from deck, and you want to summon some from extra deck as well. And it's also going to be completely ass into Lancia, because all of the dragon rulers banish. So I don't know if that's a good idea. I just wanted to throw it out there that the new dragon ruler cards are technically pretty cool, okay? I wanted to mention it, even though I don't think they're going to have the greatest meta potential in terms of top tier competition. I thought the idea was neat, okay? I thought it was cool. I maybe it's just me being an old head, and I want it to work more than I think it will work, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Because the new dragon rulers are actually very nice. It's just they don't keep up particularly well, and they don't match very well into the very popular, like, it's just an unfortunate timing, okay? It's an unfortunate timing. If like, the thing is, the format is like awful for it. It's the Droll, Lancia, Fuva everywhere. Not a good spot to be in, you know? But dude, this card is very cool. Chasma, Dragon Ruler of Auroras, is a really, really cool rank 7 for Dragon Rulers. It basically, the way it works is it sends a Dragon Ruler from your deck to the grave for cost, and then you apply the effect that Dragon Ruler has when it's discarded. So on your turn, and it's a quick effect. So on your turn, you can send Tidal to foolish any monster. You can send Tempest to add. You can send Redox to revive. And then on your opponent's turn, it can send Blaster to pop. It's really cool. It's really cool. I like it a lot. It's a very cool rank 7 for Dragon Rulers. But and Dragon Rulers have like very nice grind game and all that. So in my head, it's a pretty cool concept. And they can search Primate Ether Barrel and stuff like that. But it's probably not good enough. It's probably not good, because you're gonna get Lancia, you're gonna get Fuva, you're gonna get Drolled. You're going to be sad, but I wanted to bring it up because I like the idea of it a lot. But yeah. So that is, I think, the most meta-relevant things you need to know from Alliance Insight. There's some other things here that are not bad. I don't want to go through every single card today, but there's like the new Ancient Fairy support is kind of decent for Blue Eyes in particular. Actually, that one I might want to bring up, because Ancient Fairy Life Dragon is quite good in Blue Eyes, actually, because of one special interaction, which is that it allows you to attack while in face-up defense position with 3,300 defense. And the reason why that's relevant is, of course, because Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon has to summon in defense position. Which previously you couldn't attack with it and then tag out into something that also attacks. Now you can attack for 2,500 with Spirit Dragon and then tag out into Ancient Fairy Life Dragon, which attacks for 3,300, which is 5,800 damage off of one Spirit Dragon, which is nothing to scoff at. That's actually a pretty big thing in Blue Eyes to be able to finish games much quicker. So I think that's worth taking a look at. It doesn't like flip the entire deck on its head or anything like that, but it's a solid interaction for Blue Eyes decks. Yeah. So that's Alliance Insight. all things considered, I'm a little scared of this set. I'll say it. I'm a little scared of Alliance Insight because I was the more I look into it, right? The more I look into it, I feel like this set, even though it has a lot of really cool cards that I'm looking forward to. You know, I'm a huge fan of Life Twins, Dragon Rulers, all that stuff. Really cool. I feel like it's all overshadowed by major support waves for combo decks, right? Which, like, the recent ban list has done so much good for Yu-Gi-Oh! Where, like, it's weakened combo decks because we've taken away some crossouts, we've taken away some talents, all that stuff. We've preemptively hit Malice and Ryziel, which was really good. Still, the more I'm looking at Alliance Insight, the more I'm like starting to prepare for German Nationals and prepare for the next format. I feel like this set has an overwhelmingly positive impact for combo decks, right? Like, and I guess at that point, it is subjective on whether you like that or not, because a lot of people are going to really enjoy playing the new combo decks with this support. You know, like, I think if you're a fan of Malice, you're eating very good. If you're a fan of even White Forest, you're eating very good. If you're a fan of Mitsurugi as well, like, those are very strong combo decks after Alliance Insight. Unfortunately, I feel like it's a little bit the scales are definitely tipped in favor of combo. Like, there's not the same amount of support for other strategies here as there are for combo decks, right? And so, like, as someone who personally does not love, like, combo is not my favorite format for Yu-Gi-Oh! I would have liked there to be something here that was a little bit more powerful for, like, mid-rangey, control-y strategies. Like, they attempted it with the Dragon Rulers support. They attempted it with the Life Twin support or whatever. All cool. Like, I like those cards. I'm just hoping that that combo doesn't completely take over. But the problem with it is basically that, or the unfortunate thing, I think, is that the counterplay to those new era combo decks is very limited, because both Malice and Mitsurugi are, like, very like, they're almost immune to the quote-unquote standard hand traps, right? Like, your Imperms, your Veilers, your Ashes, or whatever, it feels like you're just not doing much in those matchups. Like, you're just, like, you're playing a losing game if you play those sort of hand traps. It feels like, and those formats always, to me, I don't love it when, like, I'm forced to open Droll or I lose. Or I'm forced to open, like, Nib plus whatever hand traps or I lose. Or I have to have Lancia or I get absolutely cooked. That's a dynamic I don't enjoy, right? Like, I think having a combo deck in the format is okay, as long as I can handle it with, like, regular good cards. If I don't have to draw a very specific hand trap for it, then I'm okay with a combo deck being in the format. If there's choke points that I can Imperm or Veiler or Ash, then I'm like, okay, play your combo decks. If the decks don't have those choke points or only have very specific choke points that I can't main deck and have to side deck and then have to draw that specific card, then it's a little annoying. But we'll see how it turns out, because at the end of the day, the format hasn't happened yet, and I think there's enough in here that warrants, like, experimentation. Maybe it ends up being, like, not that bad. Maybe, like, Mitsurugi and Malice are going to be strong forces in the metagame, but maybe the other decks can keep up surprisingly well. Haven't done enough testing yet to say, but let me know what you think. If you've been watching this on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed. I hope it gives you an idea of what to think of Alliance Insight, or what kind of cards you might want to pick up at your sneaks and all that good stuff. Make sure to like and subscribe. And thank you for watching. All right, got that out of the way. Fiending for Smiths. Thank you for the 16 months. The new GX cards, when you say that, what do you mean? Because I feel like we have seen a wave of GX support on the last stream. And YG organization doesn't have anything. I looked through it. I think we looked at those. And I think they were all pretty bad. The Magnet Warriors and Archfiends. Oh, I don't know if I've seen those, actually. Now that you say that, that does not sound familiar. Give me a second. The Macrocosmos support? Macro support? When was that? Was it before the Lunalights even? Because we've looked at the Lunalights. Ages ago? Okay, I something rings a bell. I don't know. It doesn't seem that exciting. Doesn't seem that exciting, but yeah. Mr. Zatz, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back after 2 years. Appreciate that. Zweeb, thank you for the 15. Do you think Live Twins will be meta? I think Live Twin Fiendsmith is going to be a solid deck. My personal, like, I haven't done as much testing post Alliance Inside yet. We're going to make a tier list once the set drops. My first impression of Live Twin Fiendsmith is it's more like a tier 2 deck. I don't think it's top tier, but I think it's very playable. These, if you want to look at them, hold up. Let me see if I've seen these already. Sure, why not? I think I've seen those. I think they were pretty bad, but we can take a very quick look. I think I remember these, and I think they weren't good, but let me take a quick look. Conduction Warrior Linear Magnum. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must first be special summoned from your hand by sending 2 Magnet Warriors whose original level is 4 or lower from hand, deck, or field to the grave. You can target one other Earth on the field. This card gains attack. If this card is destroyed and sent to the grave, you can add it to your hand. This is only powerful if Magnet Warriors have good graveyard effects, which I don't know. I'm not aware of it, at least. We have Chaos Distill, continuous spell. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Any card sent to your grave is okay. I did not see the your at first glance. I was like, any card sent to graveyard is banished instead. Wait, I thought they made another dimensional fissure for a second. Okay, but your graveyard, that's good. You can activate one of the effects, add a macro. Okay, but it adds macro anyways. Okay. It doesn't have to be Di-Fi because it just adds macro. All right, sure. If macro is on the field, banish this face-up card from the spell trap zone, add a light monster with question mark attack from your hand. From your deck to your hand. Okay. Well, it's a way to search macro, but it loses to Ghost Ogre or Ash and stuff. I don't know if that's worth it. The thing is, at this point, like, we are at a point in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where even though we are banning floodgates, there are still enough floodgates in the game to the point where instead of playing this, you might as well just play more floodgates. Like, I don't think you're going to play Dimensional Fissure, Macrocosmos, and this. And out of those 3, I think this one is the worst because it can get ashed, it can get ogred. So, like, would you really play this over Di-Fi? I don't think so, unless the format has a lot of spell traps that need to go to the graveyard. But most of the time, it'd be better to just activate Di-Fi. 5 freedoms. Normal trap. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Target up to 5 cards in any grave, banish them. If this card is in your grave, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it, then target one of your banished elemental heroes, special summon it. Okay, I mean, this is just soul release, right? This is soul release with a small bonus for elemental heroes. Oh, it's a trap. Ah, it's a trap. Oh. Oh, wait. Ooh. Oh, okay. This might be one of the instances where, like, some effects are better on traps than they are on spells. This might be one of those instances. I thought this was a spell card. I don't know why I thought that. It just gave me spell card vibes of the artwork, but this might be a generically good card. 5 cards banish on it. That's not a bad trap, dude. It's not broken enough to be like, it's not Karma Cannon level. But that's interesting. That's interesting. Well, that's not bad. Okay. It's funnily enough because if this was a spell card, it would be not interesting. But if it's because it's a trap, it's interesting. Okay. Archfiend Matador, Dark Warrior, Ritual. You can ritual summon this card with Ritual of the Matador. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card's Ritual, you can add 2 Archfiend cards from your deck to your hand. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. Bro thing sees you bell. This card battles a monster after damage calculation. Destroy that monster, and if you do, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent. Okay, I mean, search 2 cards is certainly good, but how do you ritual summon it? Ritual of the Matador, a ritual spell. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Ritual summon by tributing. Banish this card from your grave. Special summon a non-ritual Archfiend from your hand. Okay, so there's no special gimmick to the ritual summon here. It's an interesting package. But I don't know. It's just going to be... It does mention the thing, so you can pre-prep it. It's also level 6, so you can prep it. I don't know if there is a deck that wants to add 2 Archfiend cards, but there's a lot of different Archfiend cards out there, I think. So maybe this is like not good, not terrible kind of thingy. Wish it was a fiend. It makes very much no sense that it's not a fiend, yeah. It looks very fiendy as well. It looks very fiendy. Which Archfiends are good? I mean, the Archfiend Eccentric, Regenesis Archfiend, Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch is a good trap card. I think it's called. It's called Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch, or is it Ghostly Glitch? What's the card called? It is an Archfiend card, right? The trap one. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Well. Phenomenal. Thank you for the 10 months. And VPOX here. Thank you for the 13. All right. Now, before we hop into some games with Master Duel, a very quick announcement for all the people that were here last week for the sorting stream, which was really chill. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed hanging out with all the people and sorting my collection. We're going to have another session of that at some point, either this week or next week, because we didn't even get halfway through my cards. Next time, I want to combine it with like a Q&A where you guys can send in questions, so we have stuff to talk about for the entire day. Just look out for that. I'm gonna open submissions for that in the Discord at some point over the next couple of days. So make sure, if you're not in the Discord yet, feel free to join it, !Discord. But yeah, just keep an eye out for it, because I want to, like, it's probably going to be a very long stream because I kind of want to get it done. And like I said, we didn't even get halfway through with my collection last time. So it's probably like, I don't know, looking to be like an 8+ hour stream, maybe 10 at some point next week. So I was thinking about doing it tomorrow. Maybe it's tomorrow. Tomorrow or next week. And then, yeah, you can submit some questions, like whatever. It can be anything. It can be TCG related. It can be Master Duel related. It can be off topic, whatever. Anyways, today we are doing 2 things in Master Duel. We are going to finish the Master Climb, which should technically be not the biggest problem. We are 3 wins away from Master 1, but I want to get it done. And if we get unlucky, it might take us a while. If we get it done quickly, I do want to grab some gems off of the Duel Triangle event, because so far I've only played a couple of games off stream. I have 400 points. I still need some more. I've only been playing with the Zodiac Loner so far, and I really want to get those gems. I don't want them to go to waste, so we will be doing that if we have enough time. So yeah, let's just hop in. Actually, do I want to play more Memento? Or let's play some Memento. Do we have podcast this week? Not recorded yet, but most likely yes. Last week we couldn't find a day for it, but we're probably gonna record one tomorrow. Striker react where? I've already watched it, so it's not gonna be a blind react, but we can talk about it. I saw that it was very controversial. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was just my timeline on Twitter where people were talking about it. I thought it was fine. Like, I did like it, but I thought it was it was a little bit shorter and less than I expected. It was just like not much happened, and we've seen most of it already and knew what was gonna happen from all the it was basically less content than what even happened in like the solo mode, I felt like. So it was fine for, but I don't know why, because maybe it's because we waited for it so long. I was expecting more. That's all. I feel like it barely counts as like an episode. I was thinking we were gonna get an anime, right? Like it was a short. I was expecting an episode, but we got a short, essentially, which was like, eh. It was not a bad short. That's how I felt about it. That's basically all there is to it. I really like this new field, by the way. It's very calm. I like it. Do I have a link one that I can turn the goblin into? No. I can make Verte, but that doesn't do anything here. Because I can't... I mean, I can Memento fuse into Guardian Chimera, I guess. But then I'd have to fuse 2 from my field. It would put Memento fusion in the graveyard, which is decent. But I have follow-up already. Let me attack. There's no Fiendsmith in this, unfortunately. That would be nice here. We at least make a rank 6. Maybe I should. So it's either SP pass or just Verte. Can Verte twin? No, because I don't have 2 mementos, right? Because twin needs mementos. Yeah, twin needs 2 mementos, but if I make Verte here, I only have 1 memento left. I'll just make SP. Okay. No way you have time to do full Memento Fiendsmith combo in Master Duel? Probably not. But, I mean, if you know the deck really well, you will have enough time. But Fiendsmith is meant to be more of a way to play through hand traps, I think. Like, it's not meant to always happen, but it's like when your opponent throws like Imperm Ash at you, you're like, okay, well, let me go for a rank 6 at least, right? Good thing we're going second, because this hand would not have played Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe the Droll and Lockbird goes hard here. Because we can probably deal with the Drill Beam with Droplet. Like, we can just Droplet away whatever they're trying to Drill Beam. We just need to draw a play. We have Called By for a hand trap. So, they have that already. That's not good for us. A very good opener for Blue Eyes. So that basically means they can go Lordly Load, summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, bring back Maiden, make Spirit as well. So it's like, it's going to be Spirit, Drill Beam, we can't beat that probably. We probably can't beat that. New generic link. Ooh, we'll look at it after this game. Dude, how much is left from Duelist Advance? I feel like every time I ask this, people are like, oh yeah, we have all the cards now. And then there's like 5 more cards coming out the next day. Like, how many cards are known out of the set now? Ooh. Special summon. Yep, that's allowed. The problem is, I'm probably going to have to Droplet away the Dark Blade. But then I won't have a play at all. But I mean, it's the only play I have. The problem is they have Primite follow-up, so getting out of this situation is going to be difficult. Like, I'm gonna discard this here. Have to do this. They'll probably Drill Beam it. Or they Veiler it, that's the same thing. That's actually better for me. Because that means like this is not a card they get back for free. The Drill Beam they would have gotten back for free. That's a pretty good Drill Beam. Actually, now they can just negate their own True Light. Yeah. The thing is, I'd have to send the Memento Mictlan as well to prevent this, but then I still lose. Because the follow-up they have is crazy no matter what. Because the Lordly Load will survive. Yeah, I can't beat that. With a better hand, I can beat that. It's like, even though they had a pretty solid hand under Droll and Lockbird, if my hand is good there, I can beat that. It's just my hand was kind of ass. Hard? Yeah, it's not up on yugioh yet, is it? It was just a Reddit link. I was waiting for it to be up there. Imperm this or imperm the link. I think it's this, man. This grind game I just can't keep up with, man. Oh, it just got posted on yugioh. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. I just checked and it wasn't there, but now it is. Yeah. Gaddig appears in hand more than it should mathematically. I actually felt like it didn't appear that often. I on my first session with Memento, it wasn't that bad. I drew an appropriate amount of Gaddigs. This is not looking good. They can still summon the Sage. They can still summon Sage for an effect Veiler. They have the Majesty Trap. Okay. I smell a maxi when they don't set anything. Oh, I don't need that. That doesn't help me. It is beatable if there's nothing crazy in hand here. We know there's an effect Veiler and the Majesty Trap and a Spirit. Which is good. Actually, I don't know if it's beatable. I actually don't. I drew 4 normal summons. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why I said it's beatable when there's 4 normal summons in my hand. Oh. Wait, that's terrible. Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll take my sleepy. Oh, that was the wrong chain link. They could have just negated that with Spirit now. That was pretty bad. I don't know why they didn't do that. Well, good for me. I can also send Memento Fusion here. What am I trying to add back? Still have Goblin to send Fusion though. Lucky. It's like maybe like this. Because I do get Gaddick to add back. Yeah, let's do this. And try to add back fusion here. Here. Okay, now. If I activate this, they probably stop it with Spirit Dragon. But is that the end of the world? Probably not. Probably not. No. That's that. Let me send two. With Akihiron. Activate Akihiron again. So now that Akihiron has resolved, I feel a lot more chill. Dominus Purge with a trap in the grave is going to destroy it. So I might as well chain. Here. Target? No. Don't need to destroy another target. We're gonna look at the Link 3 after this game. We haven't looked at it yet, but I am aware. Why are you special summoning a Blue Eyes White Dragon right now? Explain yourself. I mean, yeah, they have a, I guess they have a wishes in the graveyard. So they might not have another target. I have added with Anguish. I haven't used Dark Blade yet. So Nibiru is the only thing that currently stops me from just attacking them for game. So I'm trying to think. There's a way I can play around it. Right, Aki. Special Maze. Akihiron, add back. I mean, I guess I don't have to think about it that hard. I could just make SP here to potentially like dodge the Nibiru with my combined creation, so that even if they have it, they're out of cards and my follow-up's crazy. So I think that's fine. Don't think I have to overthink it here. Ooh. Ooh. I love this attacking directly win condition. It's so satisfying, man. It's so satisfying to hit them for exactly 8k through their board. I love that. Okay, new card quickly. We have Zilophthonia Gorgon, Link 3 Dark Reptile. Okay, this is how reptiles look now. Sure. We have all 3 arrows pointing upwards. Generic 2+ effect monsters. You cannot summon set monsters to a zone this card points to. Monsters this card points to cannot attack. Also, their activated effects are negated. Gains attack equal to the original attack of the monsters it points to. Cannot be destroyed by battle or monster effects while it points to no monsters. Okay. Interesting. This is an interesting card. Okay, there's a lot going on here. It is potentially a card that can be pretty good going second, because the way you think about it is like, okay, you try to summon it to your extra monster zone, and then it basically locks down 3 of your opponent's zones from activating their effects. Well, they can activate, but they're negated. Also, they can't attack anymore. So if your opponent, like, you know, the thing is, you can play around it by just like dividing your monsters across the board, right? Like if you just make it so if not everything is in the 3 columns that this points to, then it's not that bad. But you can still, like, potentially, if your opponent summons like 3-4 monsters, you can like take out 2 of them for a while. The problem is, like, this will also lock, and this is like a good balancing on this card. It's like, if you do this, it locks your opponent, it locks yourself out of link summoning too. Because if you put this in the extra monster zone, it points upwards. You have no more link zones that you can use. And if you link this off, then you lose the ability immediately, right? So I feel like this reads better than it is, because I feel like it's difficult to actually maintain this as a as a powerful card on the field. Yeah. It's not bad. It gives me a goddess is like not the right way to compare it, but it gives me goddess vibes a little bit, where it has applications going second. It can also get potentially really big if your opponent is not careful, right? Like if your opponent just puts some really big monsters next to each other, suddenly this thing gains like 6,000 attack or something because your opponent has put 2-3Ks so that this card can point to them. Maybe. It's an interesting IP Masquerena target as well, right? Because let's say your opponent normal summons and you're like, I want to stop that. And you go IP Masquerena into this. It's basically like an imperm, right? That also stops them from attacking with it. And the thing you have to realize here is that there is no zone that is safe from this, where you can normal summon to not be affected by it. Because if you have both extra monster zones available to you, you can cover the entire main monster zone for your opponent, right? There's no safe space, essentially, where you can put your monster, where you can put your normal summon, right? So it's not a bad card, but it's a little clunky, and it's like, because it's on the verge of, if this card is not good enough, it's unplayably bad. But if it has good use cases, it's gonna feel really powerful, right? So interesting design. I don't know how to feel about it yet. I'd have to see it in action. I think this is the kind of card that if you end up playing it, like I said, it's going to either feel really good or really bad. So, yeah. All right. Oh, wonderful, dude. We have the Cherry Blossom Mirror match. I like that. Cool. Good times. Do not imperm, please. Come on, man. Let me have it. Let me have it. Okay. Me on my way to get max seed. Oh, okay. Good times. What is the line here? Sleepy Goblin Mace? Seems good here because I have the heal spell up too. Kind of like using Mictlan to bring this back and immediately get fusion. Wait, there's more? There's more? Ah, Dominus Purge. Okay. That's alright with me. Giatic. And Fusion or Aki. Problem is, if I go for Aki, how am I going to get Fusion into rotation anymore? I can't, right? I have to get Fusion if I want access to Fusion. I can dump it off Creation King, but I don't want to. Like, I can also just dump Aki in that case, right? Do I add back Sleepy or do I add back Fusion? I want both of them. I can grab Fusion, make Twin Dragon, and Twin Dragon can grab Sleepy. Because I can put it back into the deck with the thing. Let me do this. I can also just revive Sleepy. I also have to play faster. I have to play faster. Use cross sheep first. I do have cross sheep. I'm not used to cross sheep lines though. Could have fused with Gaddick there. Probably should have. Used everything. This after they hit you with 2 hand traps. To be fair, they hit me with 1 because I had Called by the Grave, and they also decided to start with Ash Blossom, which they had to because they drew it together with Purge. And if they started with Purge, I actually would have passed because I couldn't have Called by it. So it's like this is just a matter of Called by the Grave being a toxic card. It's because of Called by the Grave, my first interaction went through, and they had to use the second, like the first hand trap didn't resolve, and the second hand trap had to be used in a suboptimal spot because Called by the Grave was used on the first one. So it was like, yeah. I mean, we've talked about this a million times, why Called by the Grave is a toxic Yu-Gi-Oh card, and it shouldn't be allowed. Say it with me. No. I kind of like the Gaddick Sleepy line here. I like the Gaddick Sleepy line. Because I can dodge a Bestial here with Memento Fusion. They have more. They had another response, I think. Goodbye. And that's it, right? We're done. Well, that was not a long journey. But it did work. I had some daily quests assembled here. All right. Oh yeah, reminder, there's a new duel pass. Don't forget to get it. You're gonna make your gems back. You get more gems from the duel pass than you spend for it, so you should always get it. Let's open. I feel like opening 10 packs. What should we open? Runic? We can open Runic. Okay, let me craft a Runic card, and then we can open Runic pack. Runic. Flashing Fire. Unlucky. No royal. Alright, 10 packs. Let's go. I worked hard for these gems. Come on. No, not this one. Not this one. Okay. I already have a generator royal from this pack. I don't want another. Yeah. No. How do packs work? Why do you need to craft? There are certain packs called secret packs. And they're called secret because you have to unlock them first by getting one card from it. And you can't always open the Runic pack. You can only... They're basically available for 24 hours, I think, after you've unlocked them. You know what? I would have taken it. I don't have a Royal Freaky yet. I do have a Sleipnir. A royal what? I said what I said. You heard me. Come on, last pack magic. All right, well, not the greatest batch of 10. Let's get some singular packs. I'm feeling lucky today. Trust. Not this one. Come on, come on, come on! Ah. One day is gonna be the day. Not hard. Okay. Oh well. Today was not the day. Okay. Actually, maybe today is the day. We can get more gems. We can actually get more gems because I haven't done dual triangle yet. At least not much. I have 400 points. So I was just playing with the Zodiac Loner. But what's a cool deck? Give me cool suggestions on what we could play. And don't tell me Prime. I'm not gonna do Prime Blue Eyes. Okay, like we're not doing that. That's boring in this one. That's what can we do? Melodious. Ooh, Melodious. Fire King. Melodious and Pure Fire King. Okay, I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. I have a Pure Fire King deck. Oh, I have to change sides for it first, right? Okay, so I'm in Light Earth right now. Let me just let's just make a Melodious deck. Melodious. This. Ostinato. Yep. Okay. I don't think I'm forgetting it. Oh, no, this one. Okay, we have Dominus Purge access. That seems nice. We have Baylor as well. Nibiru, unfortunately, is kind of bad in this deck. But we have Ghost Ogre. If people are actually playing Prime Blue Eyes, then Ghost Ogre should be really good. We have Imperm. We have... do people have a lot of hand traps in this? Is it even worth playing Called by the Grave? Do we have Max Seed? There's no way it's legal, right? It's bad, yeah. Orange Light. Yeah, we got hella hand traps. Okay. You can't play against your own team? Ooh, okay. We could play Ava. I'm not a huge fan of it in this deck. I actually think I want the third Soprano. Make a glossy one so they match. I hate that. Oh. What am I missing in the extra deck? Lina. Well, Lina is kind of bad if we actually can't play against the same. Is there any Melodious fusions we might want that I don't usually play? I guess we can play 3. Gravity Controller is a dark, right? We can't have that. Yep. The Agent Link one, yeah, that one is okay. What else did this deck play, dude? Cross Sheep? I don't think you're ever gonna need Cross Sheep, but sure. Oh, is Goddess allowed? Goddess could come up. Sure. Then let's actually play both. Let's play Closed Moon. Sure. Donner. Last main deck card. Is there anything we can do for consistency? We can play Desires. It's a little mad, but I used to play Desires in this deck with 2 concertos. I don't mind it. Sure. Okay. Dude, let's freestyle some melodious lines. How about that? Actually, if we can't play against Blue Eyes, we have to see how good Ghost Ogre is. Trocken, thank you for the 16. Welcome back. No refunds. Oh. Uh-oh. Ha! I wish I had the trap to discard, but it'd be funny if I could discard a trap for Purge, but it is what it is. I'm not purging that, am I? Oh, I'm not purging that. Just a chupacabra. What is dark paired with? Dark is with water, isn't it? Okay. Drew 3 Gentas. Pathetic. All right, now what? IP Masquerena? Pass. No, rank 4. Uh-oh. Dweller! Dude, why are they summoning banned cards even in Master Duel festivals, dude? It's actually... Master Duel is crazy. Well. Nice. Double Luminous Perch. Should be fine here. Realistically. The Dweller is annoying for Melodious, actually. It's actually annoying, but we should be okay. Let's begin with Ostinato. Summon this. So if and I'm gonna summon from deck a refrain. I'm gonna add couplet. Couplet can summon soprano. So I'll send soprano and I'll send... Is there a point in grabbing another refrain? Not really. Is this? Up, 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 up. Which one do I want in hand? No, that maybe. Ooh. Dude, I like the melodious deck so much. They need one more starter, I feel like. One more starter would be so sick. The code for the promotional short? Wait, what are you talking about? How does that work? You get an icon? Ooh, how do you do that? I am uninformed. Yeah, you show me how to do that in a second. Bro thinks one SP Little Knight is gonna stop me. Don't want to deal with that. Okay, so I am going to have to use the concerto into this. Cease, think of it in 3 months. It's going well. We hit Master 1. We had some good Alliance Inside talk earlier, and now we're just playing some Melodious in the festival to grab the gems and the rewards. And then we're gonna pull Royal Fountain. I've decided. Once we have the gems from the event, nothing can stop us. What about Royal Striker cards? I have pretty much all of the Striker cards in alt art, meaning I don't really want to... You can't Royal Hunt those realistically, right? Like, I'm not going to bother. I'm fine. Please stop my ostinato. Unfortunate. Have you seen how many cases of Stampede opened to get a QCR Snow? I did see that. Do you know how many boxes it took me to get a QCR Snow? Boxes, not cases. It took me 1 box. Which is all I've opened from Stampede. But, I don't know, it wasn't that hard. Wasn't that difficult. I would trade it for the Royal Fountain, though. I would trade. Streamer luck? I didn't even want it. I didn't even want the QCR Snow. It's like, it's not even expensive. It's like $8 or something. Okay, we've been very consistently opening first movement solo / ostinato is the good news. In this case, I think I'm gonna first movement solo for Arya because I already have my normal summon. So it can't get impermed. I think that seems smart. Summon this. I already have couplet as well. How does that change my line? Paw. I'm gonna go activate couplet, concerto, Baja summon soprano, soprano add. Nothing from the grave. I don't know. Let me grab this for now. Okay, hold up. So this here. Foolish? You can't foolish if you have Arya on board. Because it's also, it includes your own effects. You can't target your own Melodious, so you can't use refrain scale effect. Sonata here. Bloom Harmonist. Special couplet. And soprano. No effect soprano, this effect soprano. Ugh. Oh no, we don't get full value here out of all these effects. Probably could have done that better. It's fine. Okay. I don't think there's a single card that locks into fairies in Melodious. So Melodious is weird because it has very different locks. So this one locks you into only activating light monsters for the entire turn. This one locks you into specifically Melodious summons. And then there's first movement solo, which is also special summon only Melodious monsters. So it's like different locks at different points in the combo, which is a little awkward sometimes. And then, yeah, the most broken card in the entire deck, Ostinato, just has no lock, which makes no sense, but it'd be like that. That's fucked up. That's so fun. Why do you play a deck that has a super poly target in this event for my Melodious board? It's so messed up, man. DDDs, man. It's also at 1. Why'd you tell me that? Why'd you say that? You didn't have to say that. No one forced you to say that. Man. Well. Do I special summon another Schuberta? Or do I go this route? This is a lot of card advantage. It's back. I have more monsters after Super Poly than before Super Poly. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! That 2, man. That 2. So if I go for this one, I have 1 bounce. If I go for this, I have Aria. If I go for this, I have 1 further banish from the graveyard. Grab this. Luna Yumi, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Stop, please. Leave me alone. Why is Tenpai in this event? Now what? Okay. Sure. They should probably bounce their own Kepler to draw a card with Garura. No? Okay. No! Actually, I can make it live. I'll make it work. Don't worry about me. Goodbye. You can draw a card. It's fine. Me assemble my pendulum scales. That you've been so rude to destroy with heavy storm. Goodbye, Tenpai. When 24-hour stream or subathon? I am in my head. I'm working on a concept for a longer stream. It's just I am not super stoked about the idea of a subathon where the concept is just like you guys just give me more money to stream more. So I've been working on a concept where I'm trying to connect it to what's it called? Like I'm like a charity thingy where the stream goes longer the more people donate to charity. It's just I don't know entirely how to set that up with like how I can track the progress on stream. So I'm not sure when that's gonna happen, but like that is kind of how I'm thinking it's gonna work. But I just don't know when. Classic imperm purge just to deal with ether barrel. Oh, is this the icon that you get? I have to do that. I always forget after each game. That's right. You pass turn. Also, you guys lied to me. We're playing against... You guys said we couldn't play against light. You said light on light action is not possible. Lie. That's why I sent this from deck to grave. Because now we pop off, dude. This link summon goes crazy. Hold up. Chain link 1. Chain link 2. Boom. 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 Do I use Soprano yet? I might not. Because I guess I can Pendulum Summon it. Yeah, okay. Boom, boom. 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 This deck is so good once it gets going, man. Ooh, I think they have Nib. I think they have Nib. Devastating Nibiru. Good white. Hallo. Dude, Flowering Etoile is still one of my favorite like boss monsters in terms of how it interacts. It's such a fun card to play with without being like overtuned. It's very rare that you see a card that's just so fun and so powerful without being too powerful. It's very cool. I like that a lot. Etoile resets Schuberta? Yes, it does. It does reset Schuberta, yeah. Because Schuberta is only once while face up on the field. Steru, thank you for the 31. You have a nice day. Can we get Shark Gaming? Nah. You gonna play Salad after? What was the other deck we were talking about? It was Melodious or oh, Fire King. Yeah, I would rather play Fire King than Salad. I have to look at the ban list restrictions though. I like Salad. It's just like it takes forever, which sometimes I feel like it, sometimes I don't feel like it. And today's more like a don't feel like it. Kieran is at 1. That's fine, probably. It does suck, but it's probably good enough for this format. Uh-oh. They're cracked. The Purge Imperm combo is nuts. It's significantly less nuts if your opponent keeps opening Primite Ether Barrel, where you have to use both cards on the same thing. Discarding Purge is a bad sign for us, because it means they probably got another one or really good interruptions here. So, not feeling too hot about this one. Probably going to be Veiler. Something. Yeah. It's like Veiler, Spirit, probably 2 other hand traps. It's very cringe. This event is really pushing. Oh, that was a one of. Wonderful. Cool. I could not be happier. Love that for me. Sick. All right, let's get my desires perched and then we go out of here. Ah, I banished both concertos. Nice. Goodbye, Blue Eyes. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I like the Blue Eyes deck. I really do. But in this event, it feels kind of cringe because it's so definitely overpowered over the other decks. It's like in the event for like a regular meta deck to just be legal is weird to me. It just screams like, hey, you should buy those Primate cards, right? They're really good. All right. The loners are really bad in comparison to the decks that you can play in this. Funny, I could tag out and then first movement solo. It doesn't really do much. And it plays into Nibiru for no reason. They're playing 60 cards. I don't think they have Nibiru, but it's like one of the funny ways you can use this card. You can like clear up your own board to make another first movement solo or another Ostinato life because it's not once per turn. Tier? I would actually like it to be tier because I have 2 Shibertas, of course. That would be neat. If it would, I mean, it's a 60 card deck, so it's probably going to use its graveyard. Oh, sick. Love that for me. Lava Golem. Okay, cool. Neat. Could be Infernoid. Jesus Christ. Okay. Probably Infernoid. Nice reasoning. Who dat? You can target a face-up card of your opponent. Okay. Ooh, the Lava Golem, actually. Hold up. Nah. Nah, don't do that. I would prefer if you did not do that. Jesus Christ, man. What is this 60 card deck doing to me? Infernoid. Infernoid. No, dude, please stop. Hit Decatron. Hit Decatron quick. No, 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 no. Stop. Stop, please. No, no, stop with the Infernoids. Please. So if I let this resolve, they could send the one that negates monster effects, right? But if they send... Which one negates monsters? This one, Deviati, right? If they play another Deviati, they send it. But if they send it, this is level 10, and they can't summon any Infernoids, right? So I'll let them do this. Anyone interested in talking about how their hand was Lava Golem, Reasoning, Monster Gate, and a randomly really good card that's only good if you have it with Lava Golem? Can we talk about that? Just for a brief moment? I feel like that's worth talking about. Okay, well, there's 2 Saitama engraved now, so that's kind of annoying. But sure, let's get rid of a Saitsemas. Is Saitsemas the one that banishes one at the end of the battle phase? Yeah, okay. Sure, I can deal with that. Who are you? Add it to your hand. Sure. I can't activate. Well, the good news is grass is not good right now. Because they actually milled a decent amount already. So, oh, grass is also in the graveyard. So it's just Monster Gate or Reasoning, right? I mean, they would never go for grass anyway, so it being in the graveyard doesn't matter here. It's just another Monster Gate. Put in the middle! Put in the middle! No. Okay. First card Decatron, one time. Oh no, not the Onunku. Not the Onunku! No! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude. Inferno is such a cringe fest. It's always been like this, by the way. Inferno has always been cringe. Don't let Billy Bragg tell you otherwise. Infernoids are based? What's based about Infernoids? Every single Infernoid is a brick. It is just a gambling addiction deck. Nothing else. Nothing about it is based. I'm sorry. You guys just don't understand. But it's okay. It's not a, it's all right to be wrong, chat. It's fine. Don't worry too much about it. You can't always be correct. Do you hate Infernoids? No, I don't hate Infernoids. They gifted me a YCS win. It's just cringe, but it's fine. When did you win with Infernoids? No, I played against Infernoids in the finals of a YCS. That was the joke. Nah, it's all right. If you enjoyed the deck, it's fine. I just don't like it. But that's all right. Let's recycle a Schuberta. See if they let me. They will. Okay. I'm a little low on time, so let me just focus real quick. I'm not entirely sure what I need to do here. Scale. Special from deck. Gonna be this. Here. Oops. Nope. I've used this already, so I can't miss timing, but I think I want this. Chain block with this. Oh. Yep. Can't fuse. I think I lose. Because I don't have a way to perform a fusion summon. I cannot use Chopina because I was forced to activate Lava Golem this turn, is the fucked up thing. And I don't have another. Yeah, and I just lose because they have this shit in the grave. This thing, right? Adds 11 banished Infernoids back. Oh. There was probably a way around it. Yeah. There was probably an outplay there somehow. But I don't know. I didn't have enough ways to fusion summon basically, right? Because they had enough negates to stop 2 fusion effects. Like I couldn't resolve a soprano. Technically, Inferno is cool because it's a very mid-range deck. What about this is mid-range? It just summons a bunch of Omnis. I'm not watching all that. Am I watching all that? I don't know, man. Bull Pass, thank you for the 15 months. Yes, I am. Thank you. What does Inferno Evil do again? Sends a Tondel. Oh, they have Appaloosa too, right? It's Fire and Wind? Or is Appo banned? Not banned. Oh, cool. The least satisfying victory I've seen in my life, dude. I'm not even... I feel nothing. I'm happy about the progress in the festival, but that was not pleasant to play against. Are you getting all the titles? What is the title for this event? I'm only getting the ones that sound cool. Oh, this hand sucks. I mean, it technically plays, but like one hand trap. And it's over. There's one for each team. Wait, what? How much do you have to do? Oh, they have something, man. I'm in shambles. $1,500 points with each. That could be worse. Please, please. Yeah, lost. GG. Uh... It's fine. We'll top deck Ostinato. Never mind, we lost. Okay. Before I forget, where do I get this icon? Notifications. Code entry page. What was the code? YCSS something? YCCSSA. Talk champion. Okay. Bup, bup, bup. Nice. Back to the triangle. Why do you play 2 goblins only and not 3 in the Memento deck? That's pretty standard actually for Memento. It's because Goblin is technically a starter, but the deck is pretty high on normal summons. Typically, you only play 1, but I play a second one, so I always have a target for the Goblin Biker spell. My hand is dead. Pass turn. Ostinato! Nope. Okay. Good talk. At least I can have lunch in peace. Come on, man. It's not even good against Blue Eyes because you still get Prime-Eyed. Sick. Now. I'll just kick you 5 times. Pick 1. Ooh! That's good. Hmm. All right, this kick is gonna hurt significantly more than a previous kick. It's not enough, but almost there. Almost there. This means they had a play last turn, though. Nice floodgates. Nice floodgates. Oh, that was worth 300 gems. We have a long way to go. This event feels longer. Is that just me? It feels like you need more games to get the rewards. We can do some Fire King after this game, yeah. Channel our inner Dinka Bui. You gonna watch the prizing video Jesse made? I watched it. I don't think... dude, limited cards. Love that. I watched it, but I don't think it's like a hot take or anything, right? Like the idea of putting stamps on cards to make the prizing more attractive without having to spend much more money is like a very cold take at this point in time. So it's like, I agree with it, but The Veilers are like 1k each in OCG. Yeah, I mean, I think if they did this in the TCG, it would be very good. I've been saying this like 2 years ago. So it's like it doesn't even feel like a new thing. It's just I hope we get it. Yeah. Of course. So what you're saying is I purged Cracked, and they opened Maiden for full Blue S combo, and they also opened Sanct for Fiendsmith combo anyways. Love that for me. Desiree. Wait, where's your Blue Eyes stuff now? So far, it does look like Desiree Pass, which, okay. Sure. Extra normal Veiler. We're taking Moon of the Closed Heaven for a second round. Okay. Set one. All right, cool. That's a good pickup. Let's begin. I mean, it's a good pickup. At the same time, it was going to be my summon off of first movement solo. Oh, I don't really want to start with Pot of Desires. But I kind of need to bait this Desiree. Desires is risky. Just don't banish 2 Concertos, please. Okay, I should have been more specific. That's on me because we didn't actually banish 3 Concertos, but we banished all 3 couplets, which is even worse. I think my deck is unplayable now. Like genuinely, completely unplayable. I can't do shit. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a win if the Desires didn't do me like that. Well, okay, let's play some Fire King. Oh, I need to switch first. Change group. Fire King. Okay, so 3, 2, 3, 1 Kirin. 3 of this. Probably have enough room to play multiple of this. Let's play one of this. Might want 2 Arvatas and a Rangbali for this. Just like actual Fire King action. Maybe even a circle. I don't know. We'll see. 24 times. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate the support. Okay, do we have Ash Blossom as fire? Okay, we do have Ash Blossom. Do we have... What else do we have? Promethean. We might play the Extravagance, just like in TCG, because I don't think the extra deck is going to be particularly tight. We have Impulse. Is good. We have Amblo Whale. Technically, I'm not gonna craft another one. We're simply not gonna banish it with Extrav. We're gonna have Mourner seems okay. Better than no hand traps, I guess. We need Almirage. We need Sunlight Wolf. Add back those Kirins. I guess we can play an Appaloosa, but like probably not gonna need it much. Imperm. I don't really want to. I don't feel like playing Fuva. I think Droll might be okay, but I'm not a fan of Fuva in this. Called by the Grave seems good in general against Blue Eyes to stop the spirit and stuff. Do a little Chimera, sure. And a Nightmare Phoenix or something. And then... Did they not ban any of the Snake Eye stuff? Do we have Snake Eye for consistency? We have Original, technically. Oh wait, Hita is still good, even if we're not up against fire, because we can crash it. So let's take out the Apo. Need that. Yeah. I only have one of this, and I don't want to craft for this event. What's Bonfire at? 1 Bonfire. Do I want to play 1 Bonfire, 1 Original? Oh. Oops. And 1 Popa. Sure. Let's cut 1 Arvata. Alright. How do I change my accessories? Do I have to go to deck editor to change? Oh my god, it's so cringe. What is quality of life anyways? $1K gems equals runic prismatic. Yeah, we're doing that in a second. We're doing that once towards the end of the stream. We're opening more packs. Okay, we have not bricked. I repeat, we have not bricked. Not yet. How are you that low on super rare CP? What do you mean? Come on, man. Man! Actually, that destroys it. I can Ponix. That's actually very bad. Hello. Is this a challenge on how to like have the least impact possible? If so, they're doing very well. They're actually insane at it right now. What do I want to add? I have Garunix already. Get Rang Bali. Bro. Oh, I could just pass like this. It wouldn't be that bad to just pass like this. I could also go through Promethean Princess, which would also be fine. I should have added Kirin. There is an Ambler Whale in my deck. I do have Ambler Whale. Okay. Should be fine. That was the quickest concede I've seen in a long time. What are they playing? That was, I'm pretty sure that was Blue Eyes. I'm pretty sure that was Blue Eyes. Even though I could have drawn that hand in Melodious too, but I more likely for it to be Blue Eyes. There is a lot of Blue Eyes in this event. No, oh my god. Oh my god, it's disgusting. All of them together. Oh. No, please. Oh man. I hate these cards so much in this deck. I wish it was playable without them. I mean, it probably is, but They're gonna have another one. I know they're gonna have another one. Or Ostinato, even worse. Oh, that's enough. I've seen enough. Ugh. Well. We should probably just play 3 Sanctuary and 3 Island for consistency, dude. We should probably just max out on those. Because I have realized a difference between myself and Dinkabui, which is that I don't always have Volcanics. So I kind of value having that. You know? Ha! From hand. Should I chain Kirin just so it's on the board? I probably need to. Yeah, they would just Fenrir it. That's true. I didn't call by the Maiden because I wanted them to get True Light because that was actually good for my situation here. Yeah. Now I just need Volcanics. That honestly works. Do not purge. My only Kirin banished. It's a slight problem. Screw these cards, man. I don't want them. Could run Flame Tongue to get back banished. Yeah, actually, could probably, should probably do that. Ah, wonderful hand. What is going on here? Hey. What the fuck is happening? What kind of Giga 5 head tech is this? But you can't play this. Goodbye, Fire King Sanctuary. Look, I know my life, okay? I've been living my life for a couple of years. I knew that was gonna happen. This is how it be. Do I add? I should have popped this. Green. I mean, it's technically game, but there's side frames that can stop it. I know there are some that could stop it. We'll see. That's one of them. Well, it's not a side frame, but that definitely stops it. Yep. Come on, man. Leave me alone. That's not life, bro. Nice card. Jesus Christ. Primite Millennium Cyframe, huh? Primite Millennium. I see how it is. So don't call driver on me. Oh my god, they called driver on me. The second one. All right, well, you deserve that one. You deserve that one. That was crazy. We've been outplayed. I shouldn't have checked, dude. It was a freaking one-off, man. It was a one-off. They played more drivers than epsilons. Oh god, I shouldn't have looked. I shouldn't have looked. Why did I look? Oh my god, dude. Why did I look? This is a Dinka Bui hand. Mean by this? They wouldn't be thinking this long about Purge, right? It's got to be Ghost Ogre. If you look very carefully, you can see that they might be on Blue Eyes. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a long thinker, dude. Go into the tank before you make that obvious choice. Okay, let me pass. Man. Yeah, at least I can't get Epsilon now. No way I care about this blue eyes, right? There's no way you attack. Oh my, what? They did not read the cards. They don't know what Fire Kings do, I'm convinced. I doubt it's a Drill Beam hard draw. They could have used that last turn potentially. Even, nah, I don't know what they would have, to be fair. It's just Imperm. It is just Imperm, which I think I'm fine with. Yeah, that's okay. I could crash Garunix here. Crashing Garunix. What do I summon? Crash Garunix. Summon Kirin. Crash Kirin, pop. Oh, I could also just make a rank 8. To destroy the Blue Eyes and the Mausoleum. I think that's neat. They get Ether Barrel back, but that's all. That alone won't beat me. Xyz attack, then Skyburn. Wait, can Skyburn pop your own cards? No. Oh, but I could have left the Mausoleum up. Attack for 3k, then Skyburn. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was game. I don't think we'll be punished for it, but yeah, I could call. Eerie Rise map. Well, that's not really helpful, is it? I guess it can grab... Yeah, no, but you have to grab a normal summon here, which is not good. Because now the Ether Barrel is stuck in hat. Oh. Never mind. The Ether Barrel is not stuck in hand because we... Okay. I'm not ready for the second field spell technology. Apparently. This is the event. The dual triangle. Why is Fire King just so cool? I love Fire King, man. Pure Fire King is a very cool deck. It's not even that bad post Alliance Insight. I mean, it probably can't keep up with full power Malice basically, but Dominus Impulse is a pretty good card to have next format, I think, versus both Mitsurugi and Malice. Like, Dominus Impulse is one of the few hand traps that's good against both of those decks, which is interesting for all fire and like dark and water decks, I guess. But it probably isn't powerful enough to keep up. I'd love to play this deck in paper, but Alchonix and Impulse are expensive. How expensive is Alchonix still? $20? Ah. Annoying, yeah. Good bell. Impulse is 90? Wait, what? Really? Hold up, I'm checking card market. That has to be TCG player price, right? I mean, Impulse is probably expensive, but no, there's no way it's 90. That's like 50 to 60 on card market, which is still very expensive. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about like TCG when it comes to these sort of like really solid reprint sets like Quarter Century Stampede and stuff. They always do a great job at making certain parts of the game more accessible, but it always feels like we're lacking behind. Like by the time certain cards get their well-needed reprints, there's always already other cards that are problematic. So it's never truly affordable, you know? Like it's always just like you only have access to parts of the format. I guess that's intentional though, so it's not really like I'm spitting hot takes right now or anything. The Fuwa was good, yeah. The timing on Fuwa was good, even though I would still prefer if, you know, cards were more available right when, like on first release. Like, for example, with, I think what Quarter Century Stampede shows is that alt arts are a really good way at like carrying the value of a set while still maintaining high, like the rarity collection feels good to open because all of these alt arts are very good chase cards in it, right? Which is really cool. But none of the like core cards are really expensive in Stampede. Like Fuva, I think, is the most expensive card. What's a super rare Fuva? $10? 12. See, that's fine. Maybe I should have normal Drang Bali first before doing this, because now I can get impermed on Garunix. I kind of wanted to summon Ponix. I can do now anyways. I still think it's too high for a rarity collection reprint. Yeah, it is its first reprint and it's a very high demand card. Like, it's basically every Yu-Gi-Oh player wants to have a playset of Fuva. There's no exception. So I do think it is expected to be expensive, but yeah, I mean, about 10 feels right, to be honest. About 10 for a Fuva feels about right. So do I play into a potential Nibiru here? I think the answer is no. I think my setup is pretty good. Don't think I need to. Especially because this grabs me Kirin as well. Still wish it was below 10. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. It'd be nice. It's the kind of thing where they're hopefully just going to give it one more reprint and then it's done, basically. In terms of affordability, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Do I care enough to negate this with Rangbali? I don't think so. You can mourner that. That's very funny. More Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay. Or Jet. That's kind of annoying. Other cards can't be destroyed. That annoys me. Do I mourner that? Do I mourner that? Ah. Do you think they play rank 8 technology in their Blue Eyes deck here? You only play against Blue Eyes, by the way, if you're not in the light category. Legit. It's like, if you don't like playing against Blue Eyes in this event, you have to play light category yourself. Dude, what the hell? Wait. Let's open some packs. Gamba time. We should have 1,000. We do have way over 1,000. Okay. Fuck. Go shopping. Do legacy packs first. Alright, and we got 15 packs to grab Royal Fountain real quick. Or Hugin. I'm fine with either, to be honest. Where is it? Packs. Woo! Let's go. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. There it is! There it is! Royal Fountain! Not him, not him. Okay, okay, okay. I don't want to waste my royal luck on generators. Okay. When was the last time you even played Runix? Look, the thing is, it still is one of my favorite decks, even if they've done it dirty in Master Duel. But eventually, we're gonna get Second Fountain back. Eventually, they will find some brain cells somewhere and understand. Only a matter of time. Ooh, nice special effects. All right, you have my attention. Dude, that would have been so funny if I got a Royal Electromite. One of the least, like, one of the cards I'm the least likely to ever play. Well, today was, in fact, who would have thought, not the day. Shocker, honestly. I thought today was the day. I felt like I woke up today and I thought today is the day, but it was, in fact, not the day. Look what I have. I have a Royal Mardell from this pack and a Royal Generator boss fight. Disgusting. What do I want? I don't need those. But one day is going to be the day. Trust me. Today may have not been the day, but at some point, it will be the day. Anyways, it is time to say goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. It's the end of the stream for today. We'll be back tomorrow. The plan for tomorrow, I haven't quite decided yet. It depends on how I'm feeling about it. There's two options. Either we're doing master rated duels with a wheel of decks, where, you know, we have a wheel with different decks, and you know how it works. Or we do the sorting stream, which you guys will submit questions for a Q&A, and then we'll have a chill day with like sorting some cards and answering some questions. One of the two things. I haven't decided yet. We'll see what it's going to be. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let me find someone to raid real quick. And then I wish you guys a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will send you guys to someone who is currently playing Master Duel. Let me see who's live. Master Duel. Who is dueling right now? Who have I not raided yet? Let me find someone. Let me find someone we haven't raided before. Ooh, we've got someone playing some Mementos in ranked. That sounds cool. I'll send you guys over there. You guys, once again... Oh, they went offline right now. Unfortunate. Dude. They went offline right as I clicked it. That's crazy. A lot of people playing Master Duel right now. Hold up. I'm looking for someone who's playing a cool deck. Okay, there's pendulum cards on your board. You're disqualified. Snake Eye cards here. No shot. Duel there. There's some White Forest here. White Forest, or... I'll send you guys over to someone playing White Forest. Alright, you guys. Once again, thank you for watching. Appreciate you for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your day. And, yeah, thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Peace.